Comcast, I liked Black Sunday. It was a good movie, but I'm not watching it right now. Maybe I'll watch it again after the Combine tonight, because I've watched it 3 times now, and the plot still doesn't make any sense. But yeah, welcome to Draft Utopia on TalkShoe. We're live on TalkShoe. We're live on Restream. Chris Ransom, Joseph Potter. We're here for day 3 of the Combine. Since the 40s aren't starting yet, I'll briefly recap you guys on the first 2 days of the Combine. We got Thursday. We got the weigh-ins for all the players. My winner for Thursday was James Pierce Jr. I think the player that may have hurt his stock was Walter Nolan. I don't think he's a loser. It's just we got to put somebody in the losers column. He didn't work out, and a lot of teams were expecting to work out, and now they think there's like a character issue there. I don't. I think it's being overblown. There's people saying they're taking Walter Nolan off their boards. I don't believe that's the case. I think people are blowing this out of proportion, but it is what it is. That's basically what I've gotten from the Combine here.
Yeah, and my winners from the first couple days, because I haven't been there, I got 3 winners. James Pierce Jr., who you already said, he is far more, I don't want to say springy, but eagerly, I guess, than you would expect. He can definitely hit. Then there is the Alabama edge rusher linebacker.
Jihad Campbell.
Yeah, whatever you want to call him, he is a menace. When it comes to, he's just controlled chaos in his movement. I love controlled chaos. I love that. So he's a winner for me. 3 is, I know it's just the process, but the quarterbacks. All the quarterbacks running across the line. These guys showed confidence in their own way. They showed, I'm coming from there. I'm going to eat your soul. Even if the play may not be up to me here, the attitude told me that, and whether I kind of talked a little bit for them at Combine, and for Shadone and Wood, they most showed in their own way that same thing, even though we won't be able to.
I'm not going to reveal my winners at quarterback until later today, but my winners for day 2 were Quincy Riley, the Louisville corner, Nicky Manwari, the South Carolina safety, and the losers probably Sebastian Castro. Castro had a bad day. I think he played himself out of round 1. I've had him in round 1 for the longest time, but the 4.6 140 time he dropped at least 4 passes on the field drills. I had to move him down to round 2. I had to. It breaks my heart, but that's the business. I can't let my emotions affect my decisions when investing in these prospects. So, yeah, I mean, that's...
Castro is just forgettable. That is what I would say about Castro. He was forgettable. And I told him it's not a bad way. Yet that he's done anything. That's bad.
I still am at 37 on my board, but there's a real possibility Castro falls to day 3 now.
So when people are forgetting that you did anything, even when they got notes on you, that just says, hey, you had a terrific day. You gotta make this one come to pro day, girl.
Yep. It sounds like the running backs are going to be running the 40s before the quarterbacks. And last year and the year before that, it was the QBs and receivers working out first and the running backs working out last. But because this year's running back group is so deep and it's more exciting, I think the NFL network saying, let's pivot, let's do the running backs first, and then we'll do the QBs and receivers after that because it's the least exciting of the groups. We'll get the most exciting group out of the way. So that is...
Yeah, because let's face it, whether you want to admit it or not, every his name is going to 50 running backs in this draft. So it's like, hell.
40s are about to start. 40s are about to start. LaQuint Allen is not running his 40. Ulysses Bentley, the fourth, ran a 4.62, which is worse than Castro ran. So you're running back and you run a worse 40 time than Sebastian Castro. That's not a good way to start your combine if you're UDFA like Ulysses Bentley. And Bentley is not the running back that has the smaller hands than Donald Trump. We found out a running back actually has smaller hands than Donald Trump before we went on the air, and I had to call Joey because I'm like, really? Is this legitimate? Is this data correct? And it turns out it was correct. And Jaden Blue makes us forget about Bentley's 4.62 with a 4.4 flat. The Texas running back with a 4.4 flat.
Dang. I knew it was fast. I didn't think it was that fast. So I thought it would be like 4.5.
Yeah.
That's good. Very good.
Yep, Taj Brooks is up next. Shane Steichen, he is looking at Taj Brooks in admiration, thinking this would be the perfect back to pair with Jonathan Taylor. Let's reload the Combine Day 3 page, get these 40 times updated on the site. 4.53 for Taj Brooks. That was not I was expecting a little bit higher time from Brooks, but 4.53 is not terrible compared to some of the other times we've seen at the Combine. And Donovan Edwards isn't up next. I did too. I was expecting Brooks to run the 4.4s. I'm a little disappointed, but it's not a deal breaker because it's not like the 4.6 40 times that Donovan Edwards with a 4.45. I was expecting like a 4.51 from Edwards, so that's encouraging if you're Donovan Edwards. That's very encouraging.
Edwards and how he would use that. I know his game speed is good. I heard more for some said that he's got a 4.45, and others said he's got a 4.55. So it is encouraging that he would put up good numbers.
Trevor Etienne with a 4.43. And you know what to do, NFL Network. Get a 40-yard dash of Travis and Trevor and Travis Etienne's 40 times and put them next to each other. And right now, little brother has the lead by a second.
He would be a first-round pick if he didn't have something that Big Brother has, and those slippery fingers. Okay? He has slippery fingers. He fumbles. Right. And they're going to have to work on that, but it's the same thing as getting Big Brother traded out of Jacksonville.
Up next is DJ Giddens. Giddens is a player I have a 5th-round grade on. I did some late work on Giddens before the Combine, and I was impressed with the film Giddens. Kansas State's turned into a running back factory. They've done a nice job with running backs of late. Deuce Vaughn, Giddens now.
Oh, yeah, no doubt the schools did a good job, and everybody's really done a lot of good things with running backs there.
Pete Carroll is praying before Ole Gordon runs his 40. I don't know what Pete Carroll is praying for, but he is praying. 4.61. Ouch. I might have to move Ole Gordon out of the second round. A 4.61. That's the 40 time for the former Doak Walker Award winner.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's because I read this morning that people are thinking it, as a first round next first round pick. 36-1, just 36-1, you can forget that.
I had him at 50 on my draft board. Now I feel like that's a little too high after that 40. I feel like that's a little too high.
Unless he comes on his second trip with Dart, if he stays at Dart, he is out of his flipping mind. If he comes back and runs like a 4 and shows out the fruit and it's like he runs the 4.54, okay, now you've redeemed yourself, but
So 4.47 for O'Marion Hampton. O'Marion Hampton with a 4.47.
Hampton may end up, in that case, taking the first round spot. Or it's going to go to the guy before him.
And RJ Harvey runs a 4.41 and says, hold my beer and watch this, O'Marion Hampton. So Harvey with a nice 4.41.
And remember what I said before the 40 started? I said there could be as many as 15 starters in this draft class. And look, there's some expensive guys right now. And the only one that's over the field is the one that was supposed to go the highest of all these guys. So what's that say about the rest of these guys?
Yeah, I've got 20 running backs in my running back rankings. I think all the running backs I have starter grades on. This is the first draft since 2021 where all the running backs have starter potential. I have Ole Gordon as RB4 behind Hampton, Judkins, and Ginty. Henderson's running now. 4.43 for Trevian. I was not expecting a 4.43 for Trevian Henderson. That's good for Trevian. That's good for the former Buckeye. Trevian Henderson ran a 4.43. Same.
That might add him into the first round. Maybe late first round. The only thing wrong with him was nobody thought that he could hit the big plays and his injury. Well, guess what? Even better than that.
Mike McDaniel, this is not the time to whisper jokes to Chris Greer. This is not the time to whisper jokes to Chris Greer. I'm expecting that from a newer coach. I'm expecting that from the Jaguars coach, Liam Cohen. I expect more from you, Mike McDaniel. I don't expect you to whisper jokes to your GM at the Combine. I expect that from somebody like Liam Cohen. I don't expect that from you. You've made the playoffs twice. You're better than this. You're better than this, Mike McDaniel. You're better than this. I don't have a problem with you whispering jokes in the war room on draft day, but at the Combine, it's all business here. You got to maintain a certain professionalism when you're in Indy.
Yeah, when you're in the scouting rooms, the scouting rooms are business only, because that's your future. I mean, you never saw Bill Belichick do it. You don't see, any of the younger coaches do it. Yet this guy who has 2 pull-up pitches doing it, that ain't good. That puts me off a little bit.
If you were a first-year head coach like Ben Johnson or Liam Cohen, I could understand the situation. I wouldn't agree with it, but I could at least understand the situation. Yeah, if anything, he would shove his foot up his GM's ass for giggling during the draft. Ben Johnson wouldn't. You're right, but yeah.
Because I wanted to make, an underachieving quarterback into a superstar at Spike. That was the deal. But the reality is, he is talented enough and smart enough he can do it. And you got to get that quarterback.
I think Mike McDaniel was trying to pull an Andrew Berry, because Andrew Berry was trolling the Giants GM on Friday, first day of the Combine, and it was kind of subtle. It was very subtle, very playful, and McDaniel was trying to do that with his GM, and it's just like, no.
it's like you have to realize. I like it, but the reason Andrew Berry can do that and you can't is because Andrew Berry graduated in a tech school. He's been taught to do that professionally. That's why he can pull it off. I mean, it's like he probably had his hardest speech class. Okay.
And the Giants GM screwed up that bad that if Andrew Berry wants to roast him, he gets the benefit of the doubt because the Giants GM was so bad on HBO Hard Knocks last year. And believe me, it got so ugly. None of the teams want to do off-season Hard Knocks. They had to get Belichick in North Carolina for off-season Hard Knocks.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I make the jokes, I get a stress reaction when Andrew Berry puts in his kid. I'm really confident Andrew Berry, Diamond, Joe Schoen, or Joe Shane, will make a kick. Okay? That should tell you something out there. I'm very confident Andrew Berry has been 50-50 this kid. I'm going to stop. That's just the reality of it. And I should tell you something.
Joe Schoen's kid told him to trade up for Jane Daniels, even if it meant giving up a first this year. You should have listened to your kid, Joe Schoen. You should have listened to your kid. I actually think Joe Schoen's kid would make a better GM than him. Which is...
The thing is, and I think this is something that people, young coaches, very specifically, Kevin Stefanski is learning, is that you cannot get too far into it. You have to learn. You have to step back sometimes. You have to step back and look at things from right angle. And to do that, you kind of see the differences in the coaches that do that and the first time they do it, and the coaches that are, not deep in it with the general manager. And you see their influence on the roster increase. And I see that happening, but it hasn't happened yet, so we're gonna look and see how that works.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Patriots could get Mason Graham at 4, but I think they're more likely to go Will Campbell. Also, they interviewed Kenneth Grant at the Combine yesterday, so maybe the plan is Grant at 38 for depth behind Godchaux, starts out as the backup, you ease him in, or if you trade Godchaux, he starts, and then you get Campbell at 4. Maybe that's the plan, or maybe they do have enough draft capital. If they wanted to move their second and both thirds to move back into round 1 and get Graham after getting Campbell at 4, they could theoretically do that. I don't think they have enough capital to get both Campbell and Graham, but they have enough capital to get Will Campbell and Kenneth Grant with a second first-round pick, because they do have those 2/3 and they do have a second at 38. You have 38, 69, and 77. So if you wanted to move up to like 23 or 24 and get Mason Graham, or Kenneth Grant, not Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, his Michigan teammate, after getting Will Campbell as your left tackle, you do have the capital to do that. I don't think the Patriots are going to do that.
Here's the thing that you have to remember. I think the only reason Graham failed, the only reason I think Hampton failed, not Hampton, but
Kenneth Grant.
I butchered his name for no good reason. It's not a bad name. But the only reason he failed is because the defensive tackle class can give you potential 10 starters. There's somebody, there's a GM to get which one it was.
It's a very deep defensive tackle class. It's deeper.
It was actually Garrett Bush, former he says, like, a great defensive tackle that is not, a uniform, like, somebody who's not, one of those unicorns, greatest ever, might make 5-6 plays a game. And defensive tackle they made 3 to 5. And the other season, they made 2 to 3.
I think this draft's 1 through 7 deep at defensive tackle.
That's the thing. So that's what I was about to say. You have guys that can make 3 to 5.
I think this draft's 7 rounds deep at defensive tackle, Joey.
Yeah, but I'm talking about higher level. Deep wise, yes, you're correct. I'm talking about higher level players. So if we're thinking about taking those super stars and then 6 to 7 plays a game, you can say, I can take this guy who catches the ball 15 times, and I can get more plays at it than I can this defensive tackle. Well, that's going to hurt the defensive tackle. And that's not a bad thing, because that's good for the game. But at the same time, for the draft itself, may not be the best thing for the guys. You know?
Yeah. 4-6 for Devin Neal. That's another guy who's probably going to move down. Devin Neal, probably another guy along with Devin Neal and crap, I forgot the other running back. Devin Neal, and there was another running back that ran a 4.6. Ole Gordon, and there was a third guy. Oh, we'll figure it out later when they do the second. Raheem Sanders with a 4.47. Skatibo's not running the 40. It was Bentley that ran the 4.62 at the beginning. But I have an undrafted grade on Bentley. 4.42 for Brashard Smith. Good way to start this. But yeah, I think the Titans are going Carter and they're getting their QB in free agency. And it's just a hunch. I'm not certain on this, but when the Titans GM was interviewing Rappaport on Monday, he said, we're going to get a QB to challenge Will Levis in free agency or the draft. But when he said free agency, his head was looking upward. When he said the draft, his head was looking downward. And I just thought that was really weird. That was a really weird way to word that. So I think they're getting a QB in free agency.
He said, when he said to challenge Will Levis, to challenge. That is telling us that if you're giving Cam word number 1, you're not taking him to challenge Levis. You're taking him to explore Levis. So, for me,
and I've also heard some internal reports from Titans insiders saying they might give Will Levis a third year. They are not willing to give him a third year. They might give him a third year. They're not gonna get rid of him. They might give him a third year. So that leads me to believe they're gonna get a free agent like Russell Wilson, and him and Levis are gonna compete for the job in camp. And then they'll get at number 1, they'll get Abdul Carter.
Number 2 is going to be Cam Ward, more likely, and Kirk Cousins for the Browns for that veteran rookie there. And then that leaves number 3 to the Giants, which leaves Hunter and Chris.
What about Shadur? The Giants could take Shadur, but I think they're only going to take him if they can't get Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is their fallback plan for not getting Stafford. If they can get Rodgers, they will start him and they'll draft Hunter at 3 in win now mode. But if they can't get Rodgers, they'll probably get Shadur.
Yeah, because I heard that Lance Sanders, and I've been feeling over the last 24 hours or so, that the interviews with Hunter, they have fallen in love with Hunter. So I think it's going to be a lot of that.
Ian O'Connor said it'd be perfect if the Giants got Aaron Rodgers and drafted Shadur and groomed him like Eli and had an Eli Kurt Warner situation. Ian O'Connor, who's wrote some books on the Patriots and Giants. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm sorry. I don't think. And Ian O'Connor wrote this Belichick book that I have here on the live stream, the Belichick book. But yeah, Ian O'Connor tweeted this morning that he thinks in a perfect world the Giants get Aaron Rodgers and Shadur Sanders. I don't think they're going to get both guys, Joey. I think it's going to be a one or other situation. I think we're on the same page with that. It's either going to be Rodgers or they fail to get a QB in free agency and they settle for Shadur. That's... I think the Giants could draft Shadur, but basically every free agent would have to say no to the Giants. And Winston likes Brian Dable. He's willing to take less money to play for them. So that's another avenue you could go if you're that hellbent on Hunter and the interviews went well. You know, that's another avenue you could take, theoretically, if Aaron Rodgers does not want to play for the Giants. I don't know if it's the correct route, but that is a route you can take. And that's the thing. I think the Giants are probably going to get... It depends on what they do in free agency. If they get Aaron Rodgers, then I think Hunter's the pick. If they don't, I think it's Shadur. But if Hunter or Carter falls to 4, Patriots will pounce on that. But I don't think they will. I think they'll have to settle for the number 3 player on their board behind those two, which is either Campbell or Mason Graham. And I think they'll ultimately pick Campbell. Because if they've interviewed Grant as well, they have a contingency plan at D tackle, nose tackle. If Godshow gets traded, they don't have a contingency plan at left tackle, which is really the big thing I'm looking at. And left tackle is one of the more important positions, too. So, yeah, Taj Brooks 4.55. .453 and a 4.55. I'm not sure what the Jaguars do. I've got Will Johnson higher on my board than Mason Graham, but I don't think the Jaguars have Jaguars have been very quiet. The other teams in the top 4 have a better idea. And I told you the other day, Titans have narrowed it down to 6. The Browns 6. The Giants 5. The Patriots 6. But it sounds like they've narrowed it down to 2 after Wolf and Vrabel's comments. And then the Jaguars have narrowed it down to 7, and they're open to a trade down, the right price. The other teams in the top 4 aren't as open to that.
Yeah, because after Rappaport and Lloyd's comments, I think we're on agreement the Browns are going one of 2 ways. The Giants, I have heard defensive line because they want to keep, for some reason, they want to keep Allen and Walker intact with defensive ends, but they're not going to be able to keep Allen happy with what they're paying him without help. So I'm thinking that may be the thing with Clemson.
But they got Armstead and Hamilton. They're paying both of them a lot of money.
They are. And that's the catch.
That's why I'm kind of leaning Will Johnson for the Jaguars at 5. And I think the Jets end up with Graham at 7 if the Raiders take Shadur.
Yeah, because I'm thinking the Jaguars end up taking Graham, the Raiders end up taking Shadur, and, you know, I for some reason I think the top 6 is already set, even if it isn't. So
the Jaguars really do need a number 2 corner more so than a D tackle because they got 2 good ones in Armstead and I could see Mason Graham, but I think they would have to move Hamilton or Armstead in a trade. I think because they're paying both guys too much money to sit either one.
Hamilton was a bad signing to begin with, so I don't like Hamilton at that price tag. maybe the Yankees would probably be a better move.
Ole Gordon with a 4.62 after his 4.61. All right.
Yeah, Gordon pretty much just.
Williams in the private chat. Iron Torch 20. I was hoping for a little better 40 time from Caleb Johnson, but he was never a home run guy. I agree. Okay, William here. Sorry, William, you're here. Thank you. Welcome,
You're
William.
good, man. What up, man?
What's going on with you, William?
Not a whole lot, man. Just got done with this motor and this truck, and yeah, that's not too bad from Caleb Johnson there. 4.58. I mean, he is what 6'1", 220 something. But like you were just saying, never really a home run kind of.
I got another comment in the chat saying next Dallas team to win a championship. I don't have any faith in Jerry Jones. I don't have any faith in the Mavericks after they traded Luka Doncic away. I don't have any faith in FC Dallas after Clark Hunt traded Jesus Ferreira to the Seattle Sounders. So that leaves three teams. The Dallas Wings, who have the number 1 pick in the WNBA draft, the Texas Rangers, who are in the Fort Worth area, and the Dallas Stars, who have the 2-time GM of the year in Jim Nill.
What about the Arlington Renegades, man?
I think that have the best chance of bringing a championship to Dallas, Texas. The other three,
Arlington
the Cowboys,
did.
the Mavericks, those two are going to be the butt of jokes. The Mavericks because they traded Luka, and the Cowboys because Jerry Jones. And FC Dallas, they traded their best player away, but I don't think people care about that as much. People still care, but it's become an afterthought because the Mavericks screwed up that badly by trading Luka away.
What about the Arlington Renegades, man?
Renegades, I forgot. Are they UFL, William? Arlington Renegades?
Yeah, they just won, didn't they?
Too. Yeah, they could be in this conversation too for the next team from Dallas to win a championship. Yeah, we could throw them in there as well.
I'd put them way ahead of Dallas, way ahead of the Cowboys.
They're ahead of the Cowboys. The Cowboys and Mavericks aren't even in this conversation because they screwed up so badly. It's basically, I have it right now, I would say 70% chance the Stars get the next championship for Dallas. I'd give the Texas Rangers a 25% chance of getting the next championship for the Texas, because they do have Nolan Ryan. They do have a good GM, and not named Nolan Ryan, who's very good with building the team up. I forget his name, but he's very good. And then the WNBA team, the Wings, I would give them a 5% chance. If we throw the Renegades in here, I probably lower the Rangers to 20%, and then we have the Renegades and the Wings at 5%.
Yeah, that seems fair.
But yeah, the Mavericks and Cowboys have 0% chance.
Yeah.
I think
I won't be dropping any F-bombs yet.
Howie Roseman attending Jerry Jones's funeral before we have a Cowboys Super Bowl. I'm sorry to say, Cowboys fans, I just think that's the grim reality of your situation.
Well, let's put it this way: the Mavericks trade away Papilla, Celtics. Now they're traded away for other superstars. It's like, who they got left?
They got Anthony Davis in the trade, but I don't think it was a good trade for them in the long run. Because Luka's only 25. That would be like the Dallas Stars trading away Jason Robertson or Miro Heiskanen or Jake Ottinger or one of their young stars. And the reason they haven't had to trade any of those core guys away is because none of them are making $10 million a year. They're making good salaries on their contract extensions, but none of them are making $10 million a year in hockey. And I get it. The salary cap, the salaries for baseball, football, and basketball players are a lot higher than hockey. I get that. But Connor McDavid, the best player in hockey, is going to be making $20 million a year when his extension goes through this summer. That's what they're saying. He's going to get $20 million a year. He's going to be the first NHL player to get $20 million a year, which is going to cripple the Oilers' cap space. That's going to cripple their salary cap because they're already paying for Seidel $14 million, and he's the second best center on the team behind McDavid. So that is going to cripple their cap room for free agency.
Yeah, for real, man. That's going to change.
4.57 for Caleb Johnson, second run. So they're probably going to give him a 4.55 official.
Right. Where do you have him in your rankings?
I do not have him in my rankings. I think Warren said he's overrated as a prospect. I actually agree with Warren entirely on Caleb Johnson. That's the thing. Warren and I actually agree on the most overrated players in the draft this year. So there's more common ground versus drama. And I know that disappoints you, Joey. I'm so sorry that there's more common ground than drama.
Yeah.
Because the drama's great for comedic bits on draft day. Whenever you want to roast or myself, those comedic, you're looking for that. That's not there. There's more common ground on players.
I've seen Caleb is as high as the second round, and I can't agree with that whatsoever. I mean, he looked like, you know, a half solid player, you know, on the little bit of film that I have watched, but nothing special. But still,
Corey Kinner ran a 4.58, and get this, Corey Kinner. He has smaller hands than Donald Trump. Trump's hand size is 8 1/8. Corey Kinner is 7 3/4. So we've officially gotten to the point where we have a player with smaller hands than Donald Trump. We've made history. I'm so happy. This is a thing now. People acted like it was a thing when Goff was in the combine, but no, Goff had bigger hands than Trump by like an inch. But this is now officially a thing. There's officially a player with smaller hands than Trump. And 4.58 40 time, smaller hands than Trump. I don't think Corey Kenner's going to get drafted. He might get a UFL deal. I don't think he's going to get drafted by an NFL team. Yeah, Joey was pretty surprised when I told him that on the phone this morning before we went live with Kinner.
Yeah. Small hands. How fast did Judkins run?
4.48. 4.48 for Judkins.
Yeah. I feel he's a second round back in my opinion at the moment.
I've got Judkins and Hampton in round 2. I've got a lot of running backs in round 2, but Devin Neal and Ole Gordon are probably the guys I'll move out of round 2 because their 40 times were so bad. I'll wait for the official times to come in, and I'll wait until we get like the official 40 times, and I'll wait to see if they drop anything in the running back drills. Because, I mean, yesterday the gauntlet drill was brutal. There were only 4 corners and 2 safeties that caught every pass thrown their way in the gauntlet, which is just brutal. Like, you're expecting more.
Yeah, for real. Oh, man, Manon guy only ran
4 tight ends that caught everything, too, William. I think there were only 4 tight ends that... Let me look at my tight end notes quickly in code. I'm not going to reload the tight end section of the site. I have enough integrity not to do that, but like, you know, it's like Gunnar Helm and Terrence Ferguson did well in the curl routes. I don't think any of the it was Harold Fannin Jr. and Ferguson. Only 2 tight ends caught everything in the gauntlet. Those are the only 2 that caught everything in the gauntlet. Harold Fannin and Terrence Ferguson. So really only 8 players did well in the gauntlet yesterday. 4 corners, 2 safeties, 2 tight ends. That's surprisingly disappointing that the turnout was low.
For real, man. You know, this is ending up like the Senior Bowl quarterbacks, you know, just no one really standing out, you know.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday Bill Sparks called the who we've had on the show. He called this quarterback draft a Baskin Robbins draft, and I replied, "No, Bill, it's a TCBY treats quarterback draft." TCBY, they're no longer in business.
Right.
So a little one now. that this QB class is better than we said earlier. Now, I'm not saying it's great, still not as good as last year, but I think it's better than we thought initially.
Maybe. I do think there are guys who have high ceilings in the third round, maybe even the fourth, but I think they're all outside of Cam Ward. I don't think there's a player with a high floor and high ceiling at QB outside of Cam Ward. I think the rest of the guys, they have high ceilings, but they also have very low floors. So it's a crapshoot. And probably only going to get two QBs from this draft that get extended after their rookie deals. Ward and one of the guys is going to end up hitting their ceiling. It's a numbers game. Shadur, Ewers, Dart, Milrow.
We're on the same page. I said 5, you said 4. I mean, we're on the same page.
Will Howard and Dylan Gabriel are in that discussion too, but they're both long shots. And it's going to be one of those random 5 or 6 QBs on my board outside of Cam Ward that are going to end up getting extended after their rookie deals. And everybody else is going to fade away. That's what I think is going to happen with this draft.
There's always a random that fades out.
Tyler Shugg has a little bit of a ceiling, though.
David Spade is at the combine with Jeremiah and Rich Eisen.
Nice.
Interesting. Is he looking for a job?
I don't know if he's looking for a job. I wish Chris Farley was still alive to see this. I mean, he was a mate. I mean, I remember. I know they've been re-airing Tommy Boy numerous times on Paramount Network. They've been re-airing that movie a lot.
The non guy only got 4.62. He's a hard runner, but
Yeah.
I couldn't say he actually looked that much quicker. I mean, he has pop running.
Fly on the Wall with Dana Carvey and David Spade. That's the podcast David Spade has. And they're talking about that.
Everybody's got a podcast.
Yep. Yeah, apparently the new PGA Tour 2K25 game, you can play as Shooter McGavin in the 2K25 PGA Tour game. Yeah, and then the Shooter McGavin Twitter burner handle posted that in the comments. But yeah.
I eat pieces of
I cannot
like
wait for
breakfast.
Happy Gilmore 2. That does come out this year in July on Netflix.
Does it?
For my end, it's because I'm in my new apartment and as of right now, empty. The empty apartment equals a lot of that.
No, because they leaked one scene from Happy Gilmore 2 where Shooter McGavin grabs a gold jacket, but nobody's trying to tackle him. Like, he just runs away from the camera, and nobody's trying to tackle Shooter McGavin for Happy Gilmore 2. So, is that the ending? If I had to guess, that's the ending. I don't want to reveal spoilers, but if I had to take an educated guess, that's probably the ending or the last scene of the movie. Because I don't think they make that the opening scene. But we'll see out in July. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Marcus Yarns, final 40 time for the running backs. Kyle Monongai ran a 4.62. The Rutgers running back that I had. So a lot of I had 3 second-round running backs that ran a bad 40 time. Devin Neal, Kyle Monongai, and Ole Gordon. I may end up moving those guys down and moving a few guys in round 3 up to round 2. So I'm just going to look at my board here for round 3. Who do we have at the top of round 3? We have Quinn Ewers at the top of round 3. We have Danny Stutzman at the top of round 3. Jalen Travis at the top of round 3. Howard Cross, Dart at 69. Hancock at 70. Henderson at 71. Brooks at 72. I mean, we'll see, because Floor grade, I had pretty high floor grade on Devin Neal, 72 for floor, 92 for ceiling. Monongai, 75 for floor, 90 for ceiling. I might move Monongai's floor down to a 70. I loved his tape, but the 40 time really for Monongai really. And Ole Gordon, I had a 76 for floor, but a 96 for ceiling. That ceiling grade, it's going to remain a 96, but the floor grade could drop to like a 71 or a 66. Because remember, Colorado shut out Oklahoma State 52-0 in that season finale. So, I mean, we'll see. I think Ole Gordon only got 4 carries in that game for like 35 yards. Very low number. But Colorado just beat them. And there's an Eagles fan with a Saquon jersey. You got the fans waving. Got a Michigan fan trying to steal the spotlight from the Eagles fan. Got a Colorado, Ohio State fan, Jerry Rice jersey. It'll be interesting, though. I'm not sure if there is a guy in round 3 that I want to move into round 2 yet. I'm going to wait to see what happens with the running back, receivers, and QBs before I tweak my board. I think it's a little premature to. Yeah, we know what guys we're probably going to move down, but we don't know who we're going to move up to replace them. Because if I've got a board at 183 and I've decided 3 of my second round backs had bad 40s, we got to move them into round 3. Who do we move up to replace those guys, and at what positions do we move them up? There's a lot of that internal dialogue, and until you have the answers for that, it's best not to plan ahead too far with that. I mean, we could swap Cam Scatibo, the Arizona State running back, with one of these other running backs. Put him in round 2 instead of round 3. That's an option. It just depends on how high you think his floor is, and I want to see what the receivers do today before I make a decision or verdict on that. I want to see what the receivers do. I want to see what the QBs do. Is there another QB along with Shadur that can move into round 2? Because I think Ewers and Howard are the wild cards. They're the only 2 that we haven't seen throw yet. And they didn't throw at the Senior Bowl, so those are the wild cards. Can either of those 2 emerge? And yeah, we'll see what happens, but the Senior Bowl is going to be under new leadership next year. Jim Nagy took a GM job with Oklahoma. So the Senior Bowl is going to be under new management next year. And speaking of college all-star games, Mike Riddleman, who runs the CGS College Gridiron Showcase game, he's coming on next Saturday's podcast at 10 a.m. We will be interviewing him at 10 a.m. next Saturday. Yep. So that'll be fun. Could we see a change in the guard? It depends. I think they're going to try to get an NFL scout or somebody with credentials to take over for the Senior Bowl. But if they can't, I think there's a possibility, an outside possibility, that Eric Galko runs the Shrine Bowl, gets promoted to the Senior Bowl, and then they get somebody else to replace Galko for the Shrine Bowl if he chooses to take on the Senior Bowl. We'll see. I don't want to open that can of worms right now. There's more important matters to attend with the Combine on. But I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out this summer. So we got Eli Manning and Puka Nacua in some Toyotas. All-State commercial. We got the Baylor fan. Baylor, Kansas All-State commercial. Come on. Baylor fan. He's got like a cowboy hat on.
All that in itself is...
Real iced tea, real vodka. The Russell brand promoting the Sun Cruise iced tea vodka. This is like the 5th Dairy Queen commercial I've seen for the $7 meal deal. It's the same damn commercial. Yeah, Dairy Queen does have good ice cream, good chicken fingers, good I like the ranch dressing. I like taking the Texas toast and dipping it in the ranch dressing, but yeah. This
You
is
see it 15 times.
really I've only seen it 7 times just during combine weekend.
Man, I'm gonna bags full if they're getting it.
Yeah, that I did get a Facebook sent me an invite. The movie theater that I go to see movies at is having a Mario Kart tournament on next week after the combine on the next Wednesday, like the 10th of March. So freaking Mario Kart tournament. That's gonna be it's like $15 to enter. It's 30 if you want like the pizza and the food that comes with the that guests can get at the movie theater. But yeah, esports. Yeah, there's like an esports arcade thing above the movie theater. Like if you go on the top floor of the movie theater, there's like an esports thing attached to our movie theater. So they're having a Mario Kart tournament at that esports location. So yeah, that's actually a thing, a Mario Kart tournament. This reminds me of the Senior Bowl episode where spent an entire rant on Mario Kart. But yeah, we're not going to do that today. One small step, and we're back finally on the field drills to take our attention away from stuff like that. But yeah, RJ Harvey did a good job running through the Jarquez Hunter. Jaquindon Jackson. So some of the running backs running through these bags. Jordan James. I don't think Ginty's doing on the field drills. He's wearing one of those sweaters that a lot of the guys wear, the off tackle recognition drill. So yeah, that's the drill that we've got going on here at today's combine.
It took me to a commercial, so I'm doing other things while I'm waiting for the commercial to go. You know, for the commercial to do something.
Yep.
See if it gets back from the commercial. Okay, here we go. And it's choppy. Really, NFL. Choppy.
Yeah, but there's a chapter called Mistakes by the Lake, and it basically breaks down all of Belichick's decisions with the Browns in the book by Ian O'Connor.
Yeah, it makes me depressed. Now, hey, let's release Sanders because he's old. Hey, let Bernie Sanders, or not Bernie Sanders, Bernie Kosar go and win a Super Bowl by calling plays for flipping Cowboys. So that's just, there's a mistake by the lake.
So Art Modell fired Belichick on the phone. He didn't even fire Belichick in person. He fired him on the phone on Valentine's Day in '96.
That's like Vince McMahon firing CM Punk via text message on his honeymoon. It's like, that's scumbag type. Jeez, that's horrific.
At least Kraft had the decency to fire Belichick in person.
Yeah, it's like that's horrific. You don't do that. You know. God. Why do you do shit like that?
Well, here's a funny. The Browns were going to take Kyle Brady in the '95 draft, but they chose not to because the Jets took him at 9 and stunned everyone.
Well, yeah. Well, if you're looking at more dysfunctional organizations than the Browns, look at the Jets. That's what I can say with confidence when they talk about the Browns. You think we're bad? Look at the Jets. They're bad. Just look over there. You'll see worse.
Yeah, but he benched Kosar for Testaverde, but a lot of people.
And that was the start of the Browns' downfall right there.
Yep.
The start of the Browns' downfall. Bench Kosar for Testaverde. The guy calling your plays, the guy working your playbook, the guy who has led you to conference championships. Bench him for Testaverde. And then release him. And let him win a Super Bowl. Calling plays for another team. It's like, come on, dude, that's a mistake by the Lakelander. So it's just bad. Bad move. Why is this? There's no light here. Why is there a light switch? Who cares? But yeah, that's just this village. That just shows you what it is to be a first-time head coach and decision maker. Because Belichick never made a mistake like that yet. But that one time he did was perfect. But one of the more amusing things at that time was Leroy Horde, his meeting with Horde the Metcalf. And he said, Metcalf, we got to get you stop fumbling. You were the leading. You led the league in fumbles last year. And Leroy Horde, as he told the story, started bursting out laughing. And he said, Horde, don't you laugh. You were number 2. Like both Browns running backs are 1 and 2 in the league in fumbles, and it's like you shut your mouth. You're number 2. It's one of the most amusing stories ever. It's like you're laughing at somebody for leading the league in fumbles, and you're like right behind them by 2. It's just funny as hell. And that was Belichick. I mean, Belichick was funny almost unintentionally. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there was a segment where they brought Mike Veneman on to lighten up a show, and Belichick, he would cook a peanut butter and jelly sandwich on raisin bread, and Belichick thought the segment was funny, but everyone else thought it was awful.
Yeah, when Belichick tries to be funny, he sucks. But when he is unintentionally funny, he is one of the funniest guys you'd ever hear.
Yep.
It's like, and that's a skill. It really is. It's a natural skill. It's one that he may just, quite frankly, didn't master. It's a skill of his.
Yeah, Belichick could be a dick when it was time to be a dick. Saban was a dick all the time. That's one of the things Ian O'Connor says in the book.
But they bonded, and they were great friends over their dickhood.
That's true. That's very true.
Man, I gotta get some stuff in this apartment soon. Because the more I sit around in here, it's like the echo is just almost disconcerting.
Yeah, they let Clay Matthews and Mike Johnson walk in '93. But yeah, I'm not going to reveal any more about this book. If you want Belichick, go buy Ian O'Connor's book. And I've got some Michael Hawley books, Belichick and Brady, The War Room. There's Round Zero. This is a book about agents. Bill Cowher drafting for character. Ron Wolf, The Wolf of Canton. There's some Ron Wolf stories in here about how he wanted Brett Favre. He was the Jets scout. And he wanted the Jets to draft Favre, but they wouldn't. Falcons ended up getting him. And he ends up going to the Packers. And the first thing he does, the Packers GM, is he trades for Favre. But yeah, he scouted Favre very extensively when he was with the Jets. There's a Mariucci chapter. There's a Benny Blades chapter. There's a Terrell Davis chapter. There's a Steve Largent, not a bum chapter. There's Tony Mandarich, workout winner and a bad dinner. And yeah, Marty Schottenheimer interviewed Tony Mandarich when he was on the Browns, and he thought he was taking steroids. So Marty asks him if he's taking steroids, and he left the dinner. So yeah, there's a lot of stories I could go into, but yeah, running back individual drills are still back. We need to get back to that.
To the combine, I don't know about you, Chris, but I'm getting a lot of lag on my end. Are you getting the same lag when it comes to the combine drills?
No, I'm not. I'm watching it on NFL Network. That's probably why I'm getting zero lag. I don't pay for NFL Plus, but I know people who do.
I'm not back at the house yet. I'm still dealing with stuff over here, but I'm kind of watching my phone, and Xfinity's been a bitch.
I have Xfinity for Comcast, but I didn't know you had it too.
Well, that's the same thing. I'm wondering. I want to look at something real quick. I may be able to get rid of this lag.
Trevor Etienne doing a really nice job in the Deuce Staley drill. William, how are you doing? Is William still here, or did he leave to attend some business? He's here. His camera's turned off. Okay, I don't know. He left. He came back.
I haven't heard from William since before I walked in here.
Can you hear me?
He probably left to take care of some stuff. He'll probably be back a little bit later.
Yeah.
We still have a lot of time in the combine tonight. So.
Yeah, definitely. And he's here. I guess he's just doing some other stuff. We have 78 viewers compared to I think yesterday we only had, I think the first day of the combine we had like 50 views, but 100 on YouTube. Friday we only had like 1827 views, or maybe 44. Today we have 78.
When I show up, you know, I have the crown jewel here. Like my chairs, you know, my ability to shake my booty will do this. Well, you're not convinced. Yeah, I tried.
I give you credit for trying. Caleb Johnson running this drill, Deuce Staley drill. I want to see what some of these running backs who ran underwhelming 40s do in the Deuce Staley drill. Montreal Johnson looks good.
If you're going to run an underwhelming 40, in my opinion, you've got to be a lone cut back. You've got to be able to put your foot in the ground and get to the place. Woody Marks did a very nice job over there for USC.
Corey Kinner.
I love Damian Martinez. I raved about him during the season. He had a nice burst right there.
Corey Kinner. Yeah, you must be a few seconds ahead of me, because I'm seeing Woody Marks now, and then I'm seeing Martinez after that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I just restarted the app. And
the app must be a few seconds ahead of the actual combine. That's probably what's...
Yeah, because there's no more lag now. You were ahead of me when it was lagging. And once I restarted it, there's no more lag.
Kyle Monangai rebounded in the Deuce Staley drill.
He did. Ooh, also nice. Raheem Sanders. Look who comes up.
Okay, so William now left the show. I don't know. I'm going to check my phone, see if he's texting me some stuff. I'm here, but my audio's jacked, but you can't hear me. The audio keeps fading. Normal to Alvin and the Chipmunks to nothing. I think that's from William.
I'm interested in hearing William sound like William The Chipmunks.
Yeah, the Alvin and the Chipmunks comment was the thing that stood out in that text he sent me.
Yeah, I'm like, what? Can William be Alvin, or is he Simon, or Daredevil? That's the question.
Yes, it's a great question. Yeah, Brad Noble laughed at a text I sent him last night. They posted a clip of Trump and Zelensky's exchange during a game of Risk. They basically took photos of Zelensky and Trump and they put them into a game of Risk. And then the audio from yesterday's verbal altercation between those two, they put that into a clip of a Risk board game session. I don't know how they did that on Twitter, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah, I heard there was I've never
Yeah, a lot of people were tweeting about that. There was like a riot in Greece yesterday, and that got less coverage than the Trump-Zelensky exchange, which basically during the Combine, it was either Combine news or Trump-Zelensky. Like, all William could get on Twitter was Travis Hunter and Trump-Zelensky. Like, it was one of those two tweets. Like, and half my tweets yesterday were political stuff. Because the algorithm. It's not me, it's the algorithm. I mean, Elon Musk is telling people to use Grok 3. I tried to make an NFL draft simulator with Grok 3, and it said the Commanders had the third pick in the draft. And it said the Commanders should take Cam Ward at 3. Jane Daniels just won Rookie of the Year. If Grok is going to screw up that badly with a NFL draft simulator, then clearly Grok has more deficiencies than Elon realizes. It's like, the Commanders are not picking third in the draft, and if they were, they would be picking Travis Hunter. They would not pick Cam Ward. Sorry, it's just, I know Elon's doing his best with Grok, but the only reason I looked into that is because somebody said they were creating games like Pac-Man using Grok 3, and I'm going, can we create a draft simulator using Grok 3? And I typed it in, and we can't, but it could create a hypothetical of what options might be available. But yeah.
I'm still finding out the lay of the land here, folks. But I'm not ready to head back to normal land. So, yeah, nothing left here.
Yeah, there is a high school pitcher in the MLB draft in the Jacksonville area that's a first-round pick. I'll tell you about them another time. We got so much to do with this Combine.
I have heard people talking about that, but I didn't get the name. So
I'll pull up the name briefly. We are in a commercial here, so I'll quickly do my best here. I'm only going to get the name if it's before a commercial, or before the commercial ends. But since there's a commercial, I'm going to do my best here to get the name up. And yeah, let's see here. And we're back. I'm guessing this is a pass catching drill.
I started lagging again. Lagging on the commercials now.
It's Aaron Watson, Trinity Christian High School in Florida. I believe Trinity Christian's in the Jacksonville area. So yeah, Aaron Watson, Trinity Christian High School. He went 3-0 with a 1.12 ERA as a sophomore, and he went 2-1 with a 2.44 ERA, 44 strikeouts as a junior. But yeah, Aaron Watson, I mocked him to the Texas Rangers at 12, I believe, in my MLB mock draft. So yeah, he's a pitcher you could go scout if you wanted to. But like Yarns, pass catching drills on, I'd rather talk about that. But yeah, now they have another guest on, and it's Shane Steichen, who was looking at the running backs earlier when they ran the 40s. Steichen in the booth. The Colts are going to bring in competition for Anthony Richardson, but it's interesting that because there were some Dan Dockett found some old tweets of old articles, tweets saying Ballard had Richardson one on his board ahead of Stroud and Young. I knew the Colts liked Richardson. I didn't know they liked him that much that they would have taken him over Young and Stroud at the time. That really does say a lot. I mean, I don't blame them. I mean, Richardson did have a great combine at the time. But Williams said that Richardson had an injury history in high school and teams overlooked that when scouting him. He's not wrong. I mean, that injury history has translated over to the pros. Jeremiah and Eisen are talking with Shane Steichen. And the pass catching drills are underway. Taj Brooks in the pass catching drill. Okay, William's back. Perfect. Welcome back, William. I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now. Sweet.
Yeah.
All right.
Mario Hampton's actually participating in the pass catching drill. I like that from Hampton because he's in the same spot as Ginty where he really doesn't have anything to gain by doing the workout drills, but at least he's taking the initiative to participate in this one drill. I don't think I saw him in the other on the field drills, but I like that. I can respect that from Hampton's end. And now NFL Plus is starting to lag on my end. Or NFL Network, not NFL Plus. NFL Network, the flat route drill. Caleb Johnson running out of bounds early in the flat drill. Montrell Johnson, how does he do? He catches it. Judkins also doing well. So did Corey Kinner, who has smaller hands than Trump. He caught the ball and ran effectively despite having smaller hands than Trump. I don't think Trump, I don't know, would Trump have caught the flat route? Flat route, I am interested to see what would happen if Trump attempted the flat drill. I feel like he could catch it, but he wouldn't run very fast. He'd run much slower than running backs.
He would try to break, and he would break his ankle and fall on his face. His break on that route would be quite literal.
I haven't seen a drop from any of the running backs that ran bad 40s yet, so that is encouraging. It's like, that's encouraging because it tells me they can still bring something to the table, even with the 4.6 40 time. They can still bring something to the table.
Like, throw down backs and guys who run at the goal line with power, hit the one quick, and catch the ball in the backfield. Those guys are incredibly valuable. So, yeah, that makes me feel a lot better as well.
That could change if they drop a ball or two in the gauntlet, but right now, no errors, no bad decisions, no mistakes. I don't think we'll see the running backs work out until 4. Everybody's wondering when the QBs, receivers.
One eye catching online. Does that mean that should you get your head around, you get your hands up, get your head around, get
All
your
right.
hands up, and bang, bang, bang. And if you can't keep up, you may not be as good a pass catcher as you think you are.
Yeah. I'm thinking what's going to happen is somebody asked me when are the QBs and receivers going to throw. If I had to guess, usually the running backs are quicker than the QBs and receivers. If I had to guess, the running back drills are probably going to end around 3:30, and we'll probably get the 40 times for QBs, receivers around 4 for Group 1, and then Group 2 will be like 6:30 or 7. If I had to take an educated guess, Joey, that would be my educated guess.
Well, but then too, you have to think that there are more running backs this year with a lot more promise. So you also have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, so it could be 3:45 and then 4:15 when we see the 40s too. But I don't think the running back drills are going to be over before 3:30 at the earliest. With all the running backs in this year's draft, I can't see them ending the drills at like 3 or because it's such a deep class. It wouldn't make any sense to do that. Wells Fargo ad. Yeah, William was in the stream for a second. Okay, we have something in the chat room here. Stars this year. I was hoping for Iron Torch 20 stars this year. I'm guessing that's for hockey. He doesn't elaborate on that. If I had an older QB, I would not mind gambling on the Memphis guy late. Iron Torch 20. That's the Seth Hernigan. Woody Marks, the USC running back, showing good speed in the drills, according to Tracy Porter. I like Judkins, Iron Torch. I like Phil Savage. They never really replaced him properly. Ah, yes, that infamous "we want Sap" moment. Joey, who's your favorite running back at the Combine? You said O'Marion Hampton. That's a good choice. So, yeah, I'm just reading all the comments from the chat room because when the circle's up, that means people, a lot of engagement in the chat room today, too. Really appreciate it, guys. We're now at 81 listeners. We were at 78. We're now at 81. We might break 100. It'd be cool if we did, but I'm not expecting us to break 100. But it'd be cool if we did. So, yeah, keep up the comments. I'll try to get to as many as possible. So, yeah, I agree. Tracy and Iron Torch 20, thank you guys for the comments. Yep, I just got a text from William. Effer keeps crashing. Audio comes in the headphones and stops, then goes through the phone speaker, then crashes again and repeats. So when Iron Torch was talking about the Stars, he was referring to the Dallas Stars this year. What Dallas team is the next chance? All right. So yeah, we're back with the Combine drills. Kyle Mononga,
So we're going to have plenty of time to answer questions because if the Combine keeps lagging and everything keeps emotionally and so on and so forth, we're going to have plenty of time to answer questions.
I still think Edmonton and Dallas are the class of the Western Conference in hockey, but I'm not going to go in depth with that right now. If maybe during the next commercial, I'll get a little bit into more detail about that. But yeah, the running back drills are back on the Texas route. Wow, it's so ironic. The Combine decides to do the Texas route as soon as someone in the chat room wants to provide input on the Dallas Stars potentially winning the Cup this year. The Combine decides to go to the Texas route. How ironic. The timing of that's just very ironic. But the running backs are clapping. I do not think they're done with individual drills. I think they're going to do the running backs have to do the gauntlet. They're not just going to stop here and then go QB receiver. I don't think that's the case. Cam Scatibo and Ashton Ginty, they got the hoodies on, but they're not like working out. They've got the tank top hoodies on, but they're not like working out for teams. That's fine. Oh, Who's that 24 in the
Genty was never going to work out in the full go anyway.
Yeah, he wasn't. He built up too much traction pre-draft. Scatibo with a 10.3-inch broad jump. And he did do a 39.5 vertical jump. So Scatibo, even though he didn't work out in the on-the-field drills, and you got David Spade talking with Scatibo, encouraging him in his NFL career. David Spade and Scatibo having a moment.
Well, I can't remember if it was Gene Brooks or Adam the Bull that said that about Genty's core performance in his whole game was like, well, here is he go out.
I don't think it was a poor performance. It was a disappointing performance. I don't like that. I'm not trying to cut you off, Joey. I don't like Adam the Bull's choice of words there. It was a disappointing performance.
Adam is very forthright.
I know he's forthright and he's good at what he's doing, but I disagree with his choice of words here. I mean, Ashton Jinty had 100 yards in the game. He didn't have a touchdown, but he did have 100 yards. I know it's due to the volume. I'm aware that it's due to the volume, the carries, but I don't agree with the choice of words for a poor when you rush for 100 yards. Disappointing would have been a better way to phrase that. That's all.
What he said was, how else are they going to go after these boys they have? They have Jinty. So you're going to put them in the box.
Yeah.
He didn't believe Jinty for the problem because, Jinty's all they had.
Jinty got 100 yards despite having 30 carries. And yeah, it was disappointing, but I wouldn't use the word poor to describe that game. Yeah, but he had 100 yards in the game. He had 100 yards against Penn State. So anytime you rush for 100 yards, that's not poor. You can say it's disappointing. You can say it's underwhelming. It's not poor. That's my point.
The thought process was, it wasn't a knock against Jinty. It was a knock against the rest of the team because they didn't do anything.
Maybe. But it's just a bland thought process there by Adam the Bull. Just a very bland thought process. And Bull is the opposite of bland, so...
It was a good thought process, but he worded it like a New Yorker worded it.
Yeah, he had a Mike Francesca moment. Not as outrageous as Francesca, but he had a brief Francesca moment.
Yeah, but he did great for New York. He is a lot tamer than he used to be. After 10 years in Cleveland, he's getting tamer, Chris. He's getting better with his words. He's not going out full freaking Seinfeld on us anymore. He's not
like, because when Francesca gets pissed off, he gets so pissed off it looks like he's spitting out a piece of steak that he chewed up. Adam the Bull is not that vicious. He's not going to spit out a piece of steak that he chewed up. He's not that vicious. Like,
not anymore. He used to be. And he has savored over his years in Cleveland. So just give him 5 more years, and he'll be just like those ones.
Yeah, probably.
He still has his time where he is.
Yeah.
And hell is like any New York regular personality.
Yep.
You gotta work with it. You gotta work with the New Yorkers.
Yep.
Gotta work with New Yorkers. Gotta work with them.
Yep.
Man, I went in on that one. The Yankees and the New Yorkers, and damn.
Okay, so we got a Tennessee Chattanooga leads VMI 69-50. I'm getting these on the scoreboard, by the way. I've got like a scoreboard. Yeah, Tennessee Chattanooga leads VMI. This is the scoreboard I got for holidays. I'll check in. Are these conference tournament games? Eastern Tennessee State leads 60-49. Are these actual conference tournament games in the NCAA? Because I think the conference tournament play has started for March Madness. Like, March Madness is next Sunday. So I think the conference tournament games have started. All right. Get back to that hockey question that the person had. I'm not going to make a Stanley Cup pick right now, but I think there's legitimately two teams in the West, and I still think Edmonton and Dallas are the 2 best teams. Vegas hasn't done anything at the trade deadline. Neither has Winnipeg. Winnipeg has the best record in the league. Home ice throughout every round of the playoffs. They beat the Capitals 5-4. The Nashville Predators ended their 12-game winning streak, and Nashville's a bottom 3 team this year. So it's like you've got your best team in years. You've got great forwards, the best goalie in the league, but your blue line sucks, and you haven't done anything to improve it at the trade deadline. I'm selling Winnipeg as a serious contender. If the season ended today, they would play Vancouver in the first round, who has a top 5 defenseman in Quinn Hughes and a goalie. I think Florida's not going to repeat. I think Florida's going to. I have Florida losing to Toronto I have Florida losing to Toronto. I have Edmonton and Toronto. That was my preseason pick. I hope I'm wrong. I'm hoping Dallas wins it this year, but I have got Edmonton, Toronto. I've got an all-Canadian Stanley Cup. Kirk Herbstreit said he wants to see a Blue Jackets Stars Stanley Cup. He basically, because he was tweeting about he loves the Stars style of play. He was watching the Blue Jackets in their 6-2 win over Dallas. They beat the Red Wings. They're playing the Red Wings again in the Horseshoe at Ohio Stadium. Dylan Larkin called who went to Michigan, by the way, he called the Ohio State Stadium where the Blue Jackets are playing garbage. So, there's already a lot of trash talk and animosity leading up to that game. The Ohio Bobcats lead Miami, Ohio 51-56 in college basketball. Is this a tournament game or is this a regular season game? That's what I would like to know. I think it's a regular season game, but
I didn't hear anything about the MAC tournament starting yet.
yeah, and Miami, Ohio gets games on March 4th and March 7th. So are those tournament games? Let's find out. MAC basketball tournament. Let's find out. Is that going to be March 13th through 15th? So Selection Sunday is not until March 15th, if I had to. Yeah, because I was thinking it was next week. But it is not until March 15th. March 15th is the Selection Sunday. Well, I don't know if it's March 15th. Let me look up the actual days. Joey Murtado is there. But yes, the tournament's going to begin on March 18th. So that means Selection Sunday is in 2 weeks on March 16th. That's when Selection Sunday is going to be. So it's not next Sunday. It's 2 weeks from next Sunday. That's when. So there's still regular season play if the MAC tournament's March 13th through 15th. So yeah, they're not going to do anything until then. I don't think with the tournament. Florida lost some good players to free agency, though. They lost Oliver Ekman-Larsson to Toronto. They lost some other key defenders. It's very hard to repeat when you lose key guys like that. I mean, I think Vegas's window closed. I mean, they lost Mark Chesholt. They lost some other guys. Aaron Ekblad's in the final year of his deal with the Panthers. We'll see. But the Capitals have home ice over every team in the East.
We knew Vegas' window was only like 1 more year. So
Last year when...
we knew that was going to be it.
Yeah. Because they lost Mark Chesholt. They lost Alec Martinez to the Blackhawks. We knew their window was going to close. Yeah, to their credit, they lead the division despite that. But I think the best case scenario for them is they make the conference finals and they lose to either Winnipeg or Dallas. That's probably their best case scenario. They're still going to be a playoff team, but their Stanley Cup window closed after last year once Dallas knocked them out.
Yeah, they still have to reload a little bit and deal with the salary cap ramifications.
Yeah, and all Dallas has to do is get out of the first round, and they get their best player, their defender, Miro Heiskanen, back, and they get Sagan back. It sounds like you're going Florida, Dallas, where I'm going Edmonton over Toronto. at this point. That's what it sounds like.
You know, I said Columbus and Jazz because I really haven't followed it as well with everything going on. You know, all that matters.
Yeah.
Jazz that's going on there. But yeah, Dallas does seem like the logical choice at this point because I am still going Florida. I think Florida's window is still wide open. Now, if they don't do it this year, if they don't do it next year, then I think the window's closed.
I think they might have one more year if they bring back Ekblad, but Aaron Ekblad, Florida's best defender, #1 pick in the 2014 draft, he is a UFA after this season. So if Ekblad signs with another team, I think that would close Florida's window. They might have one more year this year, but if they lose Ekblad, I think that closes their window. Still a playoff team, but
then that will change things. They may give some 2 years to 1 year, and this week got 1 year.
yeah.
So you gotta, and if they win this year, would they get everybody back, which would give them a chance to beat them. So there's still questions there. But
Yeah.
if they can bring everybody back, I think they'll win their 2 years.
They did lose Brandon Montour to Seattle, and Vegas lost Chandler Stevenson to Seattle, but Seattle's not in position to contend, even with those additions, which is just bad for
That is sad as shit because those are 2 amazing additions. I think we were talking during the offseason about how great those additions were and how much.
Yep, we were, and they haven't really done anything with them.
And they have done nothing. Not a damn thing. So I'm really upset about that because, dude, you had such potential, such promise. You had the hype behind you, and you just got the bit of it. I feel the same thing about them as I felt about the Browns last year. It's like you had everything behind you, and you shot it.
Holy crap! Right now, the Seattle Kraken are projected to jump the Buffalo Sabres, the worst team in the Eastern Conference. So if the season ended today, the Kraken would be picking 4th in the draft, ahead of Buffalo, who's the worst team in the East. I did not think the Kraken were that bad. I thought they were bottom 8 bad right now in the standings. They're bottom 4 bad. Yeah, like you bring in Montour and Stevenson and you're bottom 4 bad. This just... No, they got worse. They got worse.
Oh, yeah. I expect that. I mean, before all this crap started happening with me, like I was falling about, these guys are going to suck and they're going to get the first overall pick. So the fact that they are number 4.
I figured the Kraken would be in the 10 through 15 range. They'd miss the playoffs, but they'd be somewhere in the 10 through 16 range. They're picking 4th right now. The Sabres have the 5th pick. The Pittsburgh Penguins have the 6th pick. The Penguins are going to have to get a goalie in the draft because they demoted Christian Yari to AAA. The Alex Nedeljkovic, the goalie who had a goal and assist in the game, he was livid the other night when he got pulled from the game. And they brought up the other goalie, Joel Blomqvist, who we thought needed another year in the AHL. They brought him up too early in his development. I mean, he hasn't been horrible, but they rushed him up before he was ready, and it's shown. He's had a rough rookie year with a lot of growing pains. So
He could have been much better.
the Penguins are going to have to draft in their goalie and be patient with him and not screw this up. That's because they're giving up 8 goals to the Capitals, 6 to the Flyers, then 6 to the Flyers again. If you're giving up that many goalies after demoting a 2-time All-Star goalie to the AHL minor leagues, you got to draft another goalie. I'm sorry. It's just, you can't be giving up that many goals a game.
If you're calling up somebody early, I think that early call 1 more year.
You can keep the early call-up in the NHL, but if you draft a goalie, you let them develop in either the CHL or the AHL.
Yeah, just as backup. I agree with that, but I'm not trying about fire.
I'm not ready to give up on Blomqvist either, but I also think you need a contingency plan in the draft this year in case he doesn't take that next step next year.
If he's up here at the end of this year, he's going to come in through the offseason. He's going to know exactly what he needs to do. Get better. It's like, I know they got those puck machines similar to pitch machines. Like, he's going to jack that shit up. And he's going to work with his reaction times, okay? And, you know, so you got to look at that and say, how about that? You got your ass kicked this year. Put your ass on the machine. And if he's worth what we thought he was worth when he was drafted, he's going to go on that machine. He's going to jack that thing up as high as he can get it. And he's going to go in there all off season, and he's going to be going at it. So,
I'm still sticking with my Edmonton-Toronto pick, but here's the thing. If the season ended today, basically whoever wins tonight's Columbus-Detroit game moves into the wild card 1 spot. The wild card 1 winner would get the Florida Panthers or Toronto Maple Leafs division winner in the first round. The wild card 2 winner gets the Capitals. If I'm the Capitals, I'd much rather play the Red Wings and the Blue Jackets, because the way the Blue Jackets have played, 6 goals on Dallas, 4 on Detroit, I think the Blue Jackets would be a trendy upset pick over the Capitals, Joey. I think they would beat the Capitals in a 7-game series. Now, the Panthers, I don't know. I feel like the Panthers would beat the Blue Jackets, but I think the Blue Jackets would upset the Capitals in a 7-game series if they ended up meeting. Red Wings, I'm not surprised. I had the Red Wings making the playoffs in the preseason, but they started off really bad, fired their coach, and the new coach has come in and turned things around. So, the Devils are in the playoffs.
and we found that in hockey, guess what? A good coach can turn things around quick. At the same time, if you go through even a 10-game slip, you're done. It's a slippery slope. And he beats the momentum on.
Are the Sabres gonna keep Kevin Adams around? I mean, he got extended. I know he got extended as GM of the Buffalo Sabres, but that was 2 years ago when the Sabres were very close to making the playoffs. This year they're in the bottom 5, bottom 7. This year they're in the bottom 5, and last year they were in the bottom 10. I'm not sure Adams is going to stick around after this year. I mean, a lot of these running backs have done well in these pass catching drills. Let's see here. RJ Harvey did well in this. I'm not sure what this drill is. I'll type some notes on it once we get some updates. Every 5 seconds it fade out. I'm in the waiting room. I'm here. Okay, I didn't know you were in the room, William. Now you're not in the room. All right. I'll try to engage with William in text here, figure out what his situation is. It sounds like they're done with most of the running back drills, except I think they still have the gauntlet. I think the running backs have to do the gauntlet as well as the receivers. But then once the receivers and running backs do the gauntlet, I think they're done with it.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the running backs.
Yeah.
And I thought they all did really well in their drills. And even if they didn't run fast,
they haven't screwed up or dropped a ball in the pass catching drills yet. That's what I was waiting on. That's really the big thing I was waiting on, Joey, are these running backs that ran 4.6 40s. Because if they are perfect in the running back drills, I will leave them where I have them in my rankings. But if they don't, if they screw up in the pass catching drills, or they screw up or they drop some balls, I'm going to have to move them down around just to even things out.
I was looking for the cuts.
William's back. William's
Can you hear
back.
me now?
All right, I hear William. He's back. How have you been, man?
Oh, sweet, dude. No, it was cutting off there for a minute, like every 5 seconds, bro. It would like fade out, and then you would sound almost like Alvin and the Chipmunks. And
I sound like Alvin and the
I was
Chipmunks.
like, what the hell's going on here, man? And then it would like fade out again. And restarted my phone like twice, man. I was like, what
All
the
right.
hell's going on? But hey, what I miss, man?
We've been talking combine rankings. Shane Steichen came on Eisen and Jeremiah's booth. They're showing the draft order, Microsoft Copilot. We'll see what happens with the draft. I think it's going to be a very fun, very interesting draft.
For sure.
For real, yeah.
How are the 40s doing for the?
Do we have the official? No, the official 40s haven't been posted for the running backs yet. Once they get posted, I will make sure to
Sweet.
So they're doing the wheel route here. Ulysses Bentley the second, because the other drills test the running back's ability to catch short, medium routes. This wheel route tests the ability to catch medium, deep routes.
Nice.
And Taj Brooks struggled in the wheel route.
Explain the wheel route real quick. There are two wheel routes. There's the outside wheel route, and then there's the inside wheel route. The inside wheel route is when you come off the tight end very tightly and right about, depending on the offense, 2 to 3 yards in front of the defensive line and catch it almost like a screen. Almost like a delayed screen.
I think Matt Corral is throwing passes to the running backs at the combine. I think Matt Corral is throwing passes to the running backs at the combine for the wheel drill here. Matt Corral, I believe he's one of the QBs throwing passes.
Man, I'd love to see him make a comeback, man.
I wouldn't expect it. Okay.
Nice job by Hampton.
I just wanted to, clear it up, two type wheel out, the inside wheel and the third wheel. So people know what they're looking at.
Yeah, I'd love to see Corral make a comeback, man. He's got some skills, man.
Who's the other QB throwing the ball? It's not Corral. Who is this other QB? It looks like it looks like Tanner Rourke, but I can't tell.
Oh, the Indiana
Not
quarterback.
Tanner Rourke is the older brother of Curtis Rourke.
Oh,
Tanner
okay.
Rourke played for Ohio too, though. And Matt Corral's going to throw a pass to Montrell Johnson. And I don't know if I can blame the running backs for not catching these. Corral is just not doing a good job in this route. Corral's just not doing a good job getting the football. The other QB's just done a much better job firing passes. Corral's either underthrown or overthrown a pass, So I don't know if I can blame the running backs as much as I blame Corral. Let's see what Woody Marks does here with Corral throwing him the ball. And Woody Marks actually caught it, even though he knows Corral underthrew it, doesn't say anything, behaves like the strong silent type. That's good. And Damian Martinez also catches a pass, even though it is very Harrison's throwing the ball. I don't know who that is. I don't even remember. I don't think that's a QB in this draft, but it's probably a UDFA. I'm going to look that name up. Gavin Hardison, the former UTEP QB. He's at the combine. He's the practice squad QB on the Dolphins. Gavin Hardison. So it's Hardison and Corral throwing the football. And a coach with a Pittsburgh Pirates hat is in the background. So we've seen a Pittsburgh Pirates hat before we've seen a Pittsburgh Steelers hat. Is this the first combine where you've seen a Pirates hat before a Steelers hat, guys? I'm pretty sure that's a first. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's a first, given the coverage Steelers get in the NFL.
I was pretty sure, the Pirates, I mean, they suck so bad. I figured that they probably just, folded that team by now, so I didn't even know they still existed.
Yeah.
That was a joke, but yeah. Anyway,
But it's just weird to see. I mean, I guess it's not that weird since there are a lot of people that wear Pirates hats, but like, I didn't think we'd see a Pirate hat before we saw a Steelers coach or scout at the combine.
right.
And I'm not counting the former Steelers scout Mark Gorzel, who does the 40-yard dashes. And I think that was the last drill for the running backs. The fact that they're all running like that. I would have liked to see the running backs do the gauntlet, but I think the running back drills are over. The fact that all the running backs are running together like that, that tells me the running back drills are probably over for today, which is, I get it, but I would have liked to see the running backs do the gauntlet before they wrapped up.
Yeah, that would have definitely been good. I see a few of them.
So only running back I'm going to move down is Ole Gordon. Devin Neal, Kyle Monangai had 0 drops. Ole Gordon, he had 1 drop at the very end. So I'll move Ole Gordon down to round 3, but I'm going to keep the other running backs where I have them in round 2 because they made up for the bad 40 times in the on-the-field drills. See, I'm harsh, but I'm fair in that respect, Joey. I can be harsh sometimes, but I'm fair in that respect. So we'll only move 1 running back down, and that'll be Ole Gordon. But a lot of the running backs excelled in the on-the-field drills. There were like 10 running backs. There were at least 10 to 15 running backs with 0 drops on the day.
Quarterbacks last today.
Quarterbacks are going to work out. Maybe they'll work out at 3:30, but you know, once the running back drills end, Peter Schrager, Chris Rose, and the Charles Davis, they're going to play news reporter. Rappaport's going to report something. We're going to see some virtue signaling for about 30 minutes. We're also going to get a clusterfuck of ads, and then they're going to go to the quarterback receiver 40-yard dashes. We know the drill, William. We've been here 2 days. We know the drill. That's pretty much what's going to happen after this.
Got them
We're going to get
already.
We're going to get the NFL media virtue signaling or reporting news, and then a clusterfuck of ads until about 3:30. That's probably what we're going to get with the QBs and receivers running.
It'll be the same Dairy Queen ad over and over again.
Yep. More than likely.
No, that's what happens on
And here we have a car crash with a Carson Beck lookalike not returning his mom's phone calls.
Carson Beck has a lookalike, man?
The person in the car commercial looked like Carson Beck. So we have a Carson Beck lookalike not returning calls from his mom.
Yeah, I didn't think anybody looked like Carson Beck. You know, dude kind of looks like an alien, but okay. Leave it up to the NFL and the combine.
And here we have the American Lung Association trying to prevent vaping. Who adopted who? We have adoption commercials. This is where we're at. We've got adoption commercials. And now we're back to the combine. This isn't the combine. This is just clips of Josh Allen throwing at the combine. And it feels like we've seen this at least 50 times now.
Right.
O-line continues tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. I don't know who else will be here. I know Joey will have plans tomorrow, but I don't know. And Jalen Hurts, he throws the ball into the fire. This is like the 10th time I've seen this commercial. The LA Olympics.
Yeah, I remember back what you were just saying about Josh Allen throwing, and man, he throws like Connor Wagman does now, like driving his front foot into the ground. And man, I was like yelling at the TV, and it's like the same thing, you know. Instead of just planning and throwing, dude, you try to put a little bit extra oomph into it, and step into the
Microsoft Copilot's comp for Cam Ward is Jordan Love. That's not a bad comp.
That's not bad. Yeah. I like that.
And they're showing clips of the bench press reps by the defensive backs and tight ends just to kill some time.
Who ran the fastest 40 for the running backs?
They did not release that information. I'm going to look
they
that up on
still
the
haven't
app
done
right
it.
now.
Okay.
I'm going to look that up
Yeah.
because this should be up by now. There's no excuse for it not to be up by now. The 40-yard dash for the running backs, the official 40 times. I'm going to look that up on X. Are the official 40 times up yet? Because they're replaying vertical jumps. All right. Do we have the official 40 times? 40. The Virginia official 40 times are in. Perfect. So yes. Good. The official running backs for the 40-yard dash are in. I'm gonna be posting those official times right now. I'm gonna post those right now in alphabetical order. Then I'll reload the page. Gives me something to do while hopefully the NFL doesn't rush into the 40-yard dash for the quarterbacks and receivers while I'm doing this. That would be a horrible way to get sidetracked, but all right. Bentley's official 40 time was a 4.62. So the unofficial and official times match. Jaden Blue ran a 4.38.
Ain't bad. Blue was pretty fast. He's
If Will
He's
Ferrell
just-
were at this combine instead of David Spade, he would have made an old school reference and said, "My boy Blue."
Blue is Steve Smith Senior's a doppelganger, dude. Talking about guys that look alike or Carson Beck. Seriously, man, Blue looks just like Steve Smith. I saw him one day and I was like, "Damn, dude."
Yep.
Runs a 4.340 too, so that sounds a little bit like Smith too.
Taj Brooks, just 4.52 for Taj Brooks.
4.52, yeah, that ain't bad.
Edwards had a 4.44. Trevor Etienne ran a 4.42. DJ Giddens ran a 4.43. Ole Gordon had the worst 40 time, 4.61. Second worst behind Bentley, but I think Ole Gordon probably going to move him down to round 3. I think Kyle Monongai and Devin Neal did well enough in the other running back drills to make up for the bad 40s, whereas Gordon, he dropped a pass at the end. I'm probably going to move Ole Gordon down to the second down to round 3. I don't know who I'm going to move up into round 2 yet, but I can figure that out as I'm going.
Yeah, man, he started out this year, with a lot, but I mean, he's slightly.
I could just swap Scatibo with Ole Gordon, put Scatibo at 50, and then Gordon in the third round where I had Scatibo. That's one thing. That's one route I could go.
Yeah.
I haven't decided what I'm officially going to do there, but I want to see if I want to see if a third round receiver plays their way into round 2, or if a QB like Quinn Ewers or Will Johnson dominates enough to move into round 2. That's kind of what I'm banking on before I officially tweak the running back rankings. But yeah.
Gotcha.
I am going to move Ole Gordon down to the third round. Ole Gordon's. Who would we rank as the winner for today? Is it too early to declare a winner? Because I felt like everybody in the running back group did well to a degree. There may not be a definitive winner, but I felt like everybody in the group performed strongly in that respect. If you got any input you want to add to that, Joey William, go ahead.
I like the Judkins and running the 4.4. That actually, but is pretty good for him because I wasn't quite sure, how fast he was going to run after, watching some of his film. But,
Got 84 listeners here. But yeah.
nice.
Yeah, I was looking at North Carolina running back. He showed me that he's very much a mid-first round prospect. He was doing everything I wanted to see running back. Good first cut, caught the ball well, ran well. I mean, full go. Not only Gordon, but the other one, American.
Yeah,
I
Hampton.
got him in the second round with Judkins. I have both in the early portion of the second round.
I've got him just a little bit above Judkins.
Yeah.
His cuts, his explosiveness, and his ability to catch the ball, he just showed out really well. And I think he went from the early second round into the mid to late first round.
I haven't seen a player perform poorly enough to take themselves out of the first round of my big board. I'll give you that in a second once I type all the official 40 times. If we have any time before the QBs and receivers run 40s, I shared that with William yesterday. I'm not saying I won't put Hampton in the first round. I just don't know if there's a spot for him on my board right now, and I want to get.
That's fair, because this is a very good running back class, and it is a very deep running back class. So you're going to see a few people who should go in the first round, because one of my big predictions was we may see as many as 5 to 7 running backs going round 1 or round 2. So, I mean,
yeah, I think there will be a run on running backs in round 2, but Ginty will be the only day 1 pick. But then there'll be a run on running backs in round 2, because then teams don't have to worry about the 5th-year option, and they can pay the running backs less money too. And at that point, there's just a lot of pros that outweigh the cons for teams.
I don't see Omarion Hampton. I mean, I can see him in the first round and somebody not getting hurt with him. I mean, with what I've seen of him, I mean, Ginty isn't that incredibly that much better than Hampton, but Hampton, he's got the size. He's what 6 foot 6'1", like 225, something like that. And he runs good 40. I mean, he's got some breakaway to him, and I could see him, at the end of round 1, and
William, that's why I really brought up the 1 cut, because as explosive and as good as he is in the pass game, if you hit that 1 cut, get to the hole, and you can explode through it, you're going to get 5, 6 yards before they touch you. And then if they touch you, you still got 6, 7 yards.
Yep.
So it's not going to matter much in that sense if you can hit that.
And yeah, Devin Neal ran a 4.58. I had Devin Neal at 64 on my board, so he avoids the 4.6 40 time. Monongai ran a 4.6 flat officially, but Gordon ran a 4.61. And Neal and Monongai, even though their 40 times were underwhelming, they made up for it in the pass catching drills. I didn't see a drop from either of those guys all day.
That was one thing that I saw on film watching Devin Neal was the fact that he's good at catching the ball. And, he wasn't asked to do it a whole lot at Kansas, but I mean, in the NFL, he will be. And
4.32 for the Virginia Tech running back, Tutton. Tutton ran a 4.32.
Nice.
He was boasting that he was going to post a 4.2 something. So I'm kind of disappointed that he was boasting that.
No, that was Isaiah Bond. He said he was going to break the record. He was going to break the...
He was going 4.2 flat.
And he's going to break Worthy's record. He's going to break Worthy's record.
Yeah, Bond just went extreme on all of it. I mean, there's a difference between a 4, 2.8 and a let's break the entire combine record. I mean, it's
for real.
There's a difference in that one.
All right. 445 for yards. So I am updating this. We got all the official 40 times for the running backs up. All right. Let me refresh the page, show our audience the 40 times, and then
Something that I find funny, a running back talks about getting below 4.3, and the wide receiver says, "Hey, my dear, I'm going to break the entire combine record."
yeah,
And at least that gives you something to look forward to during the 40.
yeah, definitely. So I'm gonna go through the top 32. I shared this with William yesterday. Travis Hunter's 1 on my board. Will Campbell's 2. Abdul Carter is 3. Will Johnson's 4. Mason Graham is 5. I have Ginty at 6. Cam Ward at 7. I have McMillan and Burden at 8 and 9. Same floor and ceiling grade. Can't differentiate those two. Neither separated themselves from the other. Mikel Williams at 10. And then Egbuka is at 11. Watts is at 12. Xavier Watts. Pierce is at 13. Banks is at 14. Walter Nolan is at 15. Booker is at 16. I've got Barron at 17. Warren at 18. Matthew Golden of Texas at 19. Ratledge at 20. Deion Walker at 21. Even with the pad level concerns, I thought he had a good Senior Bowl week, good combine. Grant at 22. Restrepo at 23. Derek Harmon's 24. Nick Eamon-Wari comes in at 25 for me. Nick Eamon-Wari, he had a really good day yesterday. He moved ahead of Castro and Starks in my safety rankings. Shamar Stewart at 26. Connerly at 27. Starks at 28. Loveland at 29. Clay Webb at 30. Riley at 31. Validating why I had a first-round grade on him. And Nick Scorton at 32. So I really don't see a spot where I can move a running back into that top 32 or see a guy that's performed poorly enough to where I can move them down. That's the problem.
Walker did better than I thought he would. I was not expecting personally to do what he did, but he did very well, and I'm glad he did. But, he performed above my expectations.
And that's what's hard with the draft. It's not that I don't want to move a second running back into round 1. It's that nobody in this group performed poorly enough to take themselves out of the top 32. That could change with the receivers working out pretty soon. But as of right now, nobody's performed poorly enough to where I can put a running back in. And even if I could, I've got Donovan Jackson at 33 and Josh Simmons at 34.
Well, here's the thing. I've only got like 13 or 14 first-round picks in this draft. So the entire thought process is you're basically going to be taking 18 second-round picks based on my evaluation.
Yeah, the Senior Bowl had about 16 first-round grades, and then the other 16 were second-round grades.
I got 18, it's like just off the top of my head. So you're going to get 16 to 18 guys drafted in the first round, but they're not universal first-round picks. And that's just the way it is. So that leaves door open for all these guys.
I would say after Tyler Ward and Matthew Golden at 19, once you get to Tate Ratledge, Deion Walker, the drop-off from consensus first-round pick in most mock drafts to guy that I think is a first-rounder on tape, that begins to take its toll once I get to Tate Ratledge at 20 on my board, if you've noticed that. That's...
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I was thinking there may be as many as 7 defensive tackles.
I've got 5. I've got 5 defensive tackles in the first round, but I have Tyleek Williams at 39. He's the 6th defensive tackle, and I have him at 39. And I've got Alfred Collins at 52. So I've got 2 second-round defensive tackles. So I've got 7 in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, as I said, as many as, because I think there are some guys that can really jump up.
It's not that I don't want to move a running back into my top 32. It's just the guys currently in that back end, none of them have performed poorly enough to where we can move them down yet. Maybe that changes with the receiver group if somebody in the top 32 underwhelms at receiver. But as of right now, that's not the case at all.
And that's fine, because the back end of the first round is always in flux.
And I haven't really decided who I'm going to swap out Ole Gordon with. I think the easiest thing to do would be to swap out Gordon with Scatibo, but there's some guys in the third round. Ewers, Stutzman, Jalen Travis, Cross, Jackson Dart, Jordan Hancock, Trevian Henderson, Taj Brooks, Monheim, Martinez, Winslow, Gadsden, Kandra, Edwards, Scatibo, Harvey. That's just my top 80. And Torrey Horton's going to be working out with the receivers today. Maybe he has a big day. But yeah, that's really Will Howard can move up my board if he has a big combine. Same with Ewers. I'm pretty much got Dart and Milrow locked into round 3. And now Rap Sheet. I knew the NFL was going to virtue signal with some news. They did it with the Stafford and Alaric Jackson extensions. Now Rap Sheet saying they're going to trade Cooper Kupp. I knew this was going to happen. I knew there was going to be some form of news. But instead of them reporting the news right out of the gate, they're sprinkling in the news very subtly so that people like me do not call them out on their stuff. Deebo Samuel and Ayuk are available for the right price. That's what Rap Sheet's saying now. Ayuk and Samuel are available, but they're probably only available for the right price.
Yeah.
I think he has to be in the right offense. But at the same time, he gets in that right offense. So what do you think about all this?
Which part was that, man? I couldn't hear what he said.
What do you think about the Deebo Samuel Brandon Ayuk trade rumors, William?
Well, I think with the money that's being paid and you know they're already negotiating Brock Purdy's contract. You know, they just started talking about that a few days ago. You know, they're gonna have to trade one of them, and you know it probably should be Samuel. You know, and it, like I said, you know, his cap numbers around what we say 21, 22 million, something like that.
I don't think they'll trade either one unless they get a day one pick. If they get a day one pick, they'll move one of them right at the start of the offseason. If they don't, they might drag this thing out till post June 1st. I'm not saying they won't definitively trade one, but if they don't get one this year, I don't see them moving a receiver before post June 1st.
And you know, last year with the Pearsall pick, you know, that kind of scratched my head because you know Pearsall's a slot receiver, you know, and there was McConkey on the board and there was Leggett on the board, and I would have definitely
Coleman was on the board. I mean, I had a third on Pearsall. I like Pearsall, but I had a third on him.
Yeah. And I mean, he's all right, but there was so much, you know. I would have loved to have McConkey there, you know. I mean, that dude, he did well in San Diego, you know, this last year. I mean, Los Angeles, you know, and but yeah, they're gonna have to do something because, you know, having to pay, you know, Ayuk and then you know, and then
Fox.
It's just gonna end up to the point, you know, where they're going to have to pick a receiver somewhere too, you know.
Yep. I do not have the patience to wait for the wait for the 40-yard dash in the combine to start. If I'm sure Joey's watching the game, we'll get an update. But yes, it's 0-0 in the Atlanta-Charlotte game between Arthur Blank and Dave Tepper. It's 0-0 at halftime. Arthur Blank looks about as pissed off as Scrooge McDuck. Second. I don't even want to think about how angry Tepper is if Arthur Blank's about as like he's not like he's showing about as much emotion as Scrooge McDuck. So if Arthur Blank's that moody, I don't want to imagine how moody Tepper is when he's pissed off.
Yeah, Tepper's one of those guys. I think he's got a little bit of an ego.
Yeah, he does.
Whole shouldn't say, but you know,
Atlanta had a breakaway, but Carolina made a diving tackle to prevent a goal. And this is at Bank of America where the Panthers play. If the 40s come up, I will watch them. But right now, I don't want to watch the media reporters talk about a bunch of stuff on NFL Network until the 40s start, especially when there's a sporting event on. So I did flip the channel over to the soccer game on Fox because if the Combine wasn't on, I would be watching this. Probably wouldn't even be podcasting, but Combine's on. I wish they'd waited until next week to air this game. Like, Dave Tepper, I think this is a great rivalry, and it deserves to be on Fox, but put it on Fox whenever the Combine's not on so I can watch it. But yeah, Atlanta's outshot Charlotte 9-2 in the first half. I know Charlotte's a very defensive team, but you've got to be more aggressive or you're going to lose. It's just that simple. You got to go out, you got to make some adjustments, you got to be more aggressive. I know Charlotte's a defensive team. They don't have any attacking midfielders. They use their midfielders and their defenders to defend the soccer ball, but you've got to be more aggressive in the second half or you're going to lose to Atlanta. I mean, you're getting outshot 9-2 in the first half. You've got to make some adjustments if you're Charlotte.
Oh, for real, man. Yeah, I never watched much soccer,
but yeah, those adjustments got to get made. Google Gemini, Fox going to another ad. The great thing about soccer is there are 0 commercials once the game starts. And Schrager was interviewing Stefanski. I don't know what they said in the exchange. I don't have the volume turned up on my TV because I don't want to get hit with a copyright strike. But yeah, Schrager is interviewing him. But the great thing about soccer games is there's 0 commercials. Once kickoff starts, there's 0 commercials for that entire 45-minute period. No commercials. If the NFL had no commercials like soccer, it'd be perfect. It would literally be perfect. It's not going to happen, though, because there's so much revenue to be gained from commercials in football.
yeah.
And hockey, they only do commercials like every 4 minutes when it's not like a intermission. In the intermissions and like every 4 minutes during the TV timeouts, which are like at the 12-minute, 16-minute mark of each period. So, yeah. It does sound that they're showing a preview of the quarterbacks throwing today. It does sound like they are going to start working out. The quarterbacks, receivers are going to start working out soon. It does. I would say 3:30 is when they probably start running 40s.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking 4 initially, but I didn't think the running backs would be done in 2 hours. I figured they'd do the gauntlet and then they'd be done.
You said only two quarterbacks were throwing, right?
2 quarterbacks aren't throwing. Cam Ward, Shedeur, everyone else is throwing.
Oh, are they?
They showed like a graphic of the QBs throwing, but we've seen most of these QBs at the Senior Bowl, William. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers and Will Howard are the 2 we haven't seen throw. So that's kind of what I want to get a read on today with this class.
Yeah, for real.
Yep. I'm grateful you brought a championship to Ohio State, Will Howard, but you're smiling too much. You're smiling about as much as the Jolly Green Giant, and it's at the point where it's borderline annoying. It's not annoying yet, but it's on the border of being annoying, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, man, wouldn't you be happy? I mean, dudes, won a national championship, and now people talking about his draft stock going up and everything else. Man.
Yeah, but he's smiling about as frequently as the Jolly Green Giant. You're not the Jolly Green Giant, Will Howard, no matter how much you want to be. But if you bring that moxie to the interview room, you might get picked on day 1. Who knows? And to be fair to Will Howard, I had a 7th round grade on Will Howard at the beginning of the draft process back in September. He's done enough to move all the way from round 7 to round 3. And you usually do not see a leap of that magnitude in the draft process. You usually do not see somebody improve their stock by 4 rounds. Okay, that's all I'm getting at. I'm not trying to interrupt you, Joey. Go ahead.
The big thing is, he is somebody who has insinuated, because he wasn't going to outright say his takes before Ohio State stock, but he said he wishes he would have been able to learn from these guys at Ohio State for more than 1 year. He also showed a little bit of a glint in his eye, with behind that smile, kind of see that little killer instinct, and he has basically insinuated the same way Betty White was insinuated. How she was so sweet, how she was so nice. Right before she shot your kneecaps out, kicked them out with a pair of cleats, and then you sat there and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" So that intrigues me. He throws the prettiest ball in the draft. He's admitted he's still learning. And he'll kick your kneecap out with his cleats.
Somebody in the chat room compared Will Howard to Freddie Prinze Jr. No. That is an insult to Will Howard and everything he's accomplished. No. Bad chat room.
No, that doesn't, I'm not even sure how that's
It makes less sense than the robot noises in backyard baseball when Mr. Clanky's light bulb goes off. The robot, but yeah.
Freddie Prinze Jr. had an okay acting career, but let's face it, his wife is better. His wife has a better acting career and has made him more money with the family. So are you saying Will Howard is, somebody who's going to find himself a prison wife and be beyond candy? I don't know. He has that boyish charm that he might. Or you say a mix between what I say, he's just not going to kick your kneecap out with a cleat like Betty White would, but he's going to knock your kneecap out with a baseball bat.
Yeah.
And then he's going to smile about it. So I'm not exactly sure how that comic competes.
Yeah.
It's like, or are you just saying he's going to marry a bombshell and she's going to be the top earner for their family?
I mean, I think Christian Ponder would be a more appropriate comparison to Freddie Prinze Jr. because Christian Ponder, first-round QB, his wife made a lot more money than him after his NFL career was over. I think that would be a more appropriate comp to Freddie Prinze Jr., but hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's fair. It's like, I remember when I was younger, I was a little bit jealous of Christian Ponder when they announced their engagement to Samantha Steele. So I was a little jealous because, so I think that's an appropriate. I think Ponder, Freddie Prinze is a very appropriate comparison. We're just going to keep it real when they make these comparisons.
Really? Quinn Ewers is cutting his fingernails right before throwing at the combine. That's a first. I've never seen that. A player cutting their own fingernails right before they're going to throw. Like bringing a nail clipper into the stadium. Wouldn't security confiscate the nail clipper? Like if a fan brought it into the stadium? I'm pretty sure they would. I'm pretty sure security would compensate a nail clipper if a fan brought that in. Quinn Ewers is like the kid in a Sudden Death, because the kid in Sudden Death with Jean-Claude Van Damme, he brought a super soaker into Mellon Arena, got that through security. His dad works security, then he fires a super soaker at his sister, and then the sister gets upset. But yeah, there's 3 really good Jean-Claude Van Damme movies. Bloodsport, there's Sudden Death. It's basically Game 7 of the Stanley Cup between the Penguins and Red Wings, and Jean-Claude Van Damme has to defuse a bomb. And then there's Street Fighter, which isn't very good compared to the other 2, but it's decent if you're into the video game and you follow the storylines.
Universal Soldier was a good one, man.
I don't care how you try to defend it. It was a really bad movie. Okay? There may have been a great spot in the movie, but it was really, really freaking bad. Let's not.
And look, the thing I like about Sudden Death is there was a fight scene on the roof of Civic Arena in the 90s, which was considered revolutionary at the time. You're not going to get that in today's era. You're not going to get a fight scene on the roof of a sports stadium in 2025. It's not going to happen again. So for that to happen in like 95, that was revolutionary at the time.
Now I remember what movie you were talking about.
They had All White as the giant do a monster truck. They welded those trucks together and had them fighting on the top of Cornwall Hall. So, I mean, against Hulk Hogan. So, let's face it, it's happened. Stranger things have happened. It may happen again.
Well, it may happen again. I just don't know if it will in this era with all the cameras everywhere, with all the...
Nobody is going to pay to have helicopters and fucking crane pick up a monster truck and put them on the top of Cornwall Hall. I am sorry, that's not happening.
It's not.
That was the cost of freaking $2 million just to get that mess to happen.
Yeah, but he's dragging a Jean-Claude Van Damme. He's dragging something as he finds a way to break into the owner's box in the movie Sudden Death. There's just a lot of state-of-the-art scenes in that movie for a 90s movie. There's a lot of action scenes, but it's basically the same plot as Taken. He's trying to save his daughter from this guy who's planted bombs around Mellon, around Civic Arena. That's basically the plot of Sudden Death, the movie.
I'm sure you agree with me when you say that is way too much work. Just grab a fucking sledgehammer and knock in the damn door. Excuse me, won't you win?
All right, the second half of Charlotte versus Atlanta has started, and we still do not have the QBs and receivers working out yet. So I'll provide a little bit of entertainment on this game, but then I'm going to go back to the combine.
I don't want providing entertainment.
You are, but like I don't know. It's just
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take the compliment. I'm providing entertainment. You guys are just, sitting there dancing in the background. Shake your booty.
we're not shaking our booties like the Care Bears or the bears with the Charmin toilet paper in the background. We're not. As much as you want us to, we're not.
Shake your booty. Oh, come on, guys. Shake that thing.
Anyway.
Yep. Freaking Atlanta, getting very physical with Charlotte.
The quarterback right now might as well be shaking that thing. They ain't doing anything else. Like grooming, I mean, I got Jimmy Garoppolo disciples back there. If everybody's trying to beat Jimmy Garoppolo, coming in there, makeup just right. Find a way to speak to those mistresses. Or Jimmy Garoppolo's out. So I think that's going on there.
Yeah, both these teams very physical. Charlotte's on the attack. Charlotte scores! Charlotte FC takes the lead on Atlanta.
You want to know my working theory? I heard that there's a fan theory that the Browns are going to hire Jimmy Garoppolo. I have a theory that Jimmy Haslam will never allow that because he's afraid Jimmy Garoppolo will steal his wife.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing off the air before the show when I was in the shower this morning. What if the Browns traded for Jimmy Garoppolo? I was thinking the same exact thing. Before the show this morning. What if the Browns traded for Jimmy Garoppolo and made him their spot starter?
But the thing was, my theory is because Jimmy Garoppolo has a thing about stealing owners' mistresses.
Yep.
Maybe Jimmy Haslam knows about that. It's like, you ain't stealing my wife.
Jimmy's got like
I can get you.
Yeah.
He's got like a 700 win percentage.
Great play by the attacking midfielder to pass it to the right winger, and the right winger carves the goalie one-on-one as Charlotte FC. This is, this game, Zaha with the great assist, and Dave Tepper is doing the wave. That is how bad Atlanta is screwed up. The goalie's covering up his face like he just screwed up, and Dave Tepper is doing the wave. That is how ugly this has gotten after Charlotte scored. I never thought I would see Dave Tepper doing the wave.
What were you gonna say, William?
No, I was just laughing at that.
What were you gonna say?
Do we have? Okay, the QBs
when I
are
was
running the
talking about-
40s now. Okay, all right, finally.
Jimmy
Thank you,
Garoppolo's
William.
got like a 700 win percentage.
William said the QBs are running the 40s.
Oh, okay. I know he came on, and I was trying to,
So I have to turn away from the soccer game to go back to the football combine, but a 4-6 flat.
I don't want to hear about Dave Tepper anymore.
Doing the wave. He did the wave. He's like doing the wave because his team scored. You look about as disgusted as Jerry Jones on his iPad when I bring up the fact that Dave Tepper's doing the wave. You're about as disgusted as Jerry Jones on his iPad or his Microsoft tablet.
Unless he falls over the rail, I don't care.
Yeah. No more Dave Tepper, man.
Joey's like, I wouldn't even do the wave. Jackson Dart not running the 40. Dylan Gabriel not running the 40. Quinn Ewers not running the 40. Seth
They're
Hennig
not known for
4.78.
40s.
And the QBs,
I don't think Jackson Dart needs to run the 40 because
No.
I see him as kind of a middle ground between Sanders and Ward. I mean, he does all those things that those two guys do well, but not as well as either one of them. So I think his big thing is to do the interviews and show off his arm. I think those are two big.
soccer games are very low scoring anyway, and the fact that we got to see a goal in a soccer game during the combine break, I'll take that. That's a win in its own right. But now we're back to the combine.
The only win is that no, there was no win because they did not jump off.
He
Hey,
did the
man.
wave. He did the
said
wave.
no
Doesn't
more
that
Dave
count for
Tepper.
something, or is him being happy a bad thing?
Now you're talking about Dave Tepper, Joey. What the hell, man?
Shit, Ja'Cory Brooks. What is Ja'Cory Brooks' weigh? I forgot to get the weigh-in for Ja'Cory Brooks, the Louisville wide receiver. Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that really quickly here before All right.
I'm taking that day to get back. Man, fuck sucks. That being said,
6'2", 184.
it's still better than Dave Tepper not falling over a fucking rail.
So even though I screwed up by not getting the 40 for Ja'Cory Brooks, I still screwed up less than Dave Tepper. I appreciate that. I will take that compliment all day.
You guys got to stop with the Tepper,
No,
man.
it's like, now you go Dave Tepper, I'm going to be insulting him all day. Like,
I mean, his team's winning. Your insults render no effect when his team is winning. His team's beating Arthur Blank's team in soccer, so your insults on him have no effect. He's in a good mood right now.
I'm saying I'm going to do it anyway.
You can insult him and roast him all you want on this platform, but they're going to have no effect. His team's winning. He's in a good mood.
All you got to do to put Tepper in a bad mood is whisper Trump in his ear, and he'll.
Well, Arthur Blank voted for Trump, apparently. According to one of my brother's friends in Boston, Arthur Blank voted for
Tepper
Trump.
didn't.
So
Tepper didn't.
Arthur Blank voted for Trump, so maybe Arthur Blank can whisper some stuff about Trump in his ear. That'll piss him off.
Dude, that's some psychological warfare right there, man.
Yep.
If I were Blank, I would do just that.
Sounds like Arthur Blank whispering sweet nothings in his ear. It's like, That is not something I want to hear about.
Lower the prices at your concession stand. That's what Arthur Blank is whispering, because the Falcons only charge like $2 for food at their games. They do. I would go to a
Really?
Falcons game with you guys. Yeah, the food at Atlanta is super cheap. Super cheap. The food that Falcons serve, it's super cheap. You can get like a hot dog, a popcorn, nachos, pizza, and a pretzel for like under $10 at Atlanta Stadium. They're super cheap.
One of
It's a
these
good
days
thing.
with
Come to the Falcons game and get cheap hot dogs.
Yeah, you can get cheap hot dogs too.
have a under the bleachers
That's what we
meeting
should
at
do,
the-
William. You, me, and Brandis, we should go to
Yeah.
an SEC championship and get media passes for Draft Utopia and Under the Bleachers. I would love to do that. I don't know how we
That
can
would
do
be
that.
pretty-
I'm not sure if we're even eligible to do that, but if we are, I would love to do that. That would be fun.
Yeah, you know, she's right there. Yeah, that would be a blast, dude. Especially if it $2 food.
Yeah.
At least go watch Falcons game, something, man. That would be pretty badass.
Yep.
Should ask her if she wanted to stop by for a minute today. Give me just a second.
Cam Ward not throwing at the combine, but yeah. Nope, the quarterbacks have not, none of the quarterbacks in 2024 or 2023 did the bench press rep. So I'm going to assume that trend continues in 2025. I don't see any QBs doing the bench press rep at the combine. I mean, nobody did the bench press rep in 2023 or 2024. So I'm going to assume that trend does not continue. I'm going to assume that trend does continue, and we're going to see no bench press reps from the QBs. I'm not going to beat myself to death about it like I would 2 years ago. I'm just going to have a little bit more fun with it. Not as much fun as Joey, but I'll have a little bit more fun with it. But yeah. And they're playing in Bank of America Stadium, the Charlotte Stadium. That's where Charlotte and Atlanta are playing soccer. But yeah. I got to get some 40 times for the receivers up. Andrew Armstrong is running, and a 4.52 for Andrew Armstrong. So 40 times for the receivers are up on the live stream, guys, and 40 times for the QBs are up. QB data chart's pretty much done. We just got to see the QBs throw. 4.52 for Armstrong.
All right, can you hear me again?
I hear you perfectly, William.
Sweet. I sent her an invite. Said she could swing by for a second if she wanted, if she
All
wasn't
right.
busy. So we'll see.
Ao Manor is running the 40. Alec Ao Manor, the Stanford guy. I have a 4th on Ao Manor, but I might be lower on him than 4.47. Pretty good 40 time for Ao Manor.
That ain't bad at all.
Elijah Badger's up next. Badger's a guy that I think could have been a first-round pick in 26 if he had gone back to Florida, but he chose to declare for the draft.
I remember seeing him flash a few times watching some Florida games. So I could definitely see that. You know, I mean he could definitely rise up a little bit. You know,
I got a 5th on him this year, but I think he would have been a 1 in 26.
Yeah, and I mean he hasn't exactly had a very good quarterback down there either. So you know, they're not too good at throwing the ball around. And
4.46 for Elijah Badger. I mean, he had Graham Mertz, the Wisconsin QB, throwing him the ball. He had a Wisconsin QB throwing the ball to Badger. I'm not going to say get it because then Joey would be like, no, and he'd be all pissed off that I took a good pun and ruined it. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. You're welcome, Joey. Isaiah Bond's about to run the 40.
The Badgers gonna go get it. Badgers gonna get that nut up there and go get it.
All right. Jack Beck did not run the 40. The Senior Bowl MVP did not run the 40, but Isaiah Bond, who said he was going to break Worthy's 40 time, he's up and a 4.41. All that talk was for nothing. 4.41 for Isaiah Bond. Isaiah Bond, who said he was going to break Worthy's 40 time, ran a 4.41.
That's not even close, dude.
I mean, he should drop. I love Bond, but he should drop down the board just for talking shit.
I had a 4th round grade on him before. I'm not going to move him past that point, but I'm probably not going to move him into day 2 right now.
Move him down just for the talk, man.
He talked shit, and he didn't back it up.
Mm-hmm.
That in itself, that is.
Drop him.
Yeah, Ja'Cory Brooks did not run the 40. Sam Brown Jr. is up next. Luther Burden is going to run the 40, by the way. Luther Burden's up after Pat Bryant, the Illinois wide receiver, but Sam Brown Jr. with a 4.44.
Talking all that smack and not a damn thing, man. Yeah. Need to drop him just like what's his name? Javon Baker last year, trying to say, oh yeah, he's top 10 wide receiver or something, top 5, or there's not so many better than him, and then he didn't do anything, and May flashed a little bit, but Baker didn't do anything, man.
Finale against the Chargers. I think he had his first reception in the game against the Chargers.
Yeah, you talk that much smack, dude, and you don't, and you don't even come close.
Pat Bryant with an awful 40 time, a 4.62.
Oh, that's like Larry Fitzgerald freaking speed, man.
Yeah, Luther Burden's up next. Luther Burden, 6'0", 206, hand size 8.5. I think he has to run the 40 to make up for the 8.5-inch hands.
Yeah, he does.
If his hands weren't that small, I wouldn't be pissed if he didn't run the 40, but I like the fact that he's running the 40 to make up for that.
Yeah, Burden always seemed like somebody who was self-aware.
So 4.42 for Burden. 4.42 for Burden.
That's a good time for him.
That ain't bad at all.
Bo Collins is not running the 40, so I'm going to put DNP next to him. I don't know if Chamir Dyke is running the 40 or not when we get back from commercial. I know Egbuka is not running the 40, so I'm going to put a...
Is this a record for wide receivers that are not running the 40? I mean, there seems like a disproportionate amount of receivers that are not running the 40.
Yeah, there are. I'm going to get a... I'm not flipping the channel over to the soccer game during commercial, but I am going to grab a snack and some water during the commercial break. I'm going to grab a bottle of water and I'm going to grab some Planters dry roasted peanuts, just so I have something to snack on. I don't need it right now, but I am starting to get hungry, so I'm just going to grab that just in case I want to have something to snack on.
I'm glad I ate lunch before I left Walmart, because this is taking a lot longer to get back to the house than expected. This is, so, I mean, I can understand Chris, the Planters, not a Planters fan. But it works.
Dry roasted peanuts. I've got that. I've still got some homemade Chex Mix from December, but I'm going to save that until I'm completely out of food. But I got that too if I run out of Planters. But I'm going to save the best for last. I'm a save the best for last guy when it comes to conserving food. Charlotte scored again. Damn it. Charlotte has punished us for, Charlotte.
Man, you turn the game back on.
Dave Tepper, but yeah, Charlotte's up 2-0 now. They scored another goal while we were watching the combine. So even if Joey insults Dave Tepper again, it will have zero. It'll have even less effect than it did before.
All right.
We're still in a commercial here. 90 viewers on the live stream. Thank you guys so much.
Yes, very much, guys. Joining us, and being around and make us feel important, huh, Chris?
Yep, definitely. I'm going to read the Lindy Sports scouting report on Jaden Daniels during the commercial break just to see what the cons with Jaden Daniels were. Weaknesses: start sailing passes and overthrowing targets when he has to throw under duress. Takes too many unnecessary risks as a runner. Has a habit of leaving his feet. Below average play strength makes him easy to break down. Setup is a tad delayed. Still developing his touch as a thrower downfield. Limiting his arm around traffic. Okay, so Daquan Felton ran a 4.53. We're back on the air. 4.53 for Felton. Ty Felton 4.38.
Let me say, I've never been a fan of Jake Daniels, so it doesn't surprise me he has all these weaknesses.
No, I was trying to find something in the Lindy's magazine that I could use as bulletin board material for roasting, because I figured you'd enjoy doing that, Joey. But yeah.
He's not even good enough for roast, in my opinion. So
Lindy's, yeah.
It's like if I find he's not even roast material, it's like, hell. What's wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, I can roast anything. If I can't roast it, you're done.
Let's see if there's any unofficial times, because I think I've missed a few times. 4.47 for Jaden Higgins. I thought Trey Harris ran the 40. Maybe he didn't. I'll just put DNP for now, and if he did, we'll go back and adjust it later. But this is part of commercials with NFL. But yeah, Trey Sean Holden's about to run his 40. But basically they said Jaden Daniels was the best on the move. Lindy's also said Caleb Williams had the best accuracy of any QB in the draft. So, and they said McCarthy's the best at reading defenses. Bo Nix is the best setup release. Joe Milton's got the best arm. So they got Milton right. They said Pratt had the best intangibles. I don't know how I feel about that, but yeah. Based on what I've seen, I don't know if I would say that I know the Oregon receiver just ran the 40. Okay, I know NFL app doesn't have it updated, but I know for a fact the Oregon receiver just ran the Holden 4.58, Jimmy Horn Jr. 4.57. So 4.47 for Jimmy Horn Jr. 4.47, and Torrey Horton's up next.
Well, that's good for Jimmy Horn. I was thinking he was going to run around 5.5.
Sleeper Pratt could disappoint. Penix, small school riser, could disappoint. Braylon Allen, he did not disappoint. But it's always fun to read these and go back. Torrey Horton with a 4.46. Good 40 time for Horton. Receiver group has been very good today. Kobe Hudson from Central Florida runs next. Daniel Jackson's not running the 40. And I know a receiver before the Feltons did not run the 40, and I think I skipped Daquan Felton, Egbuka. Who'd I skip? Maybe I didn't skip anybody. I thought I skipped someone, but no. 4.58 for Golden. 4.58 for Kobe Hudson. I don't think I skipped anybody, but I'll reload the page and find out. That's the best way to double check. I reload the website and I double check to see if I skipped anybody. Ty. Why do I have Southeast Missouri State next to Ty Felton? He went to Maryland. Let's fix that. There we go. Tez Johnson, Oregon receiver. 4.55. 4.55 for Tez Johnson. And we got one more receiver left. It is Josh Kelly. And that's it for Group 1. So Keandre Lambert-Smith will be in Group 2. McMillan will be in Group 2. Because that's what they do. They put the QBs and receivers in separate groups. I think Ewers is in Group 1 and Milrose in Group 2, but I could be wrong on that, William and Joey. I could be wrong on that. And Josh Kelly with a 4.7 flat. 4.7 flat for Josh Kelly. I did have a 5th round grade on him. Do I have to move him down after that? 4.7 flat for Josh Kelly at wide receiver.
Chris, if I ever get off the street corner, I will check. Does that make you feel any better?
Nah, I'll keep Josh Kelly where I have him. I won't move him down, but yeah. We'll see what happens. Now it's a second route. So I double-checked. It looks like I'm caught up on everything. Andrew Armstrong Jr. with a 4.53 after his 4.52. A.O. Manor's up. The Jets are looking at A.O. Manor. Aaron Glenn. It looks like a Jets scout is I don't know if that is a Jets coach or scout telling jokes with Aaron Glenn, but yeah, this is what happens when Woody Johnson owns your team. I mean, John Fisher's the cheapest owner in sports and Dave Tepper's the worst owner. So if we had a San Jose versus Charlotte MLS Cup, one of the two worst owners in sports would get the MLS trophy. In order for, I don't know, Eric DeCosta, the Ravens GM, admitted he uses Madden ratings, so there's that. The Ravens GM does use Madden ratings. But the Ravens have credibility, whereas Woody Johnson, the Jets, have zero credibility in that respect. The Ravens at least have some credibility as a franchise, whereas Elijah Badger, can he top his 4.46? 4.43. And Isaiah Bond. Kevin Stefanski just got off the phone. Wonder who he was on the phone with. Do you have any idea who Stefanski may have been on the phone with, Joey?
I have heard that they are that the war to Cleveland train is really starting to take off. So I'm wondering, and I've also heard that the Browns may be trying to trade up because they were really in on the Stafford thing. Stafford re-signed, that they really want their guy and were making the guy, and they don't want to take a chance. So maybe Stefanski's trying to help Rivers some things there. So that's speculation. Obviously, I'm just putting together teams, but that's what this type of year is about.
Yeah, somebody at the Combine said, if I hear generational talent one more time.
There's no generational talents in this draft. What are you talking about?
That's their entire point. They're saying if I had to hear generational talent one more time. The Raiders are having trade talks with Michael Mayer. And
Really?
yes, Nashville Predators forward Gustav Nyquist has been traded to the Minnesota Wild for a 2026 second-round pick. So the Nashville Predators made a trade for draft picks before the Tennessee Titans. who have the number 1 pick in this year's NFL draft. Oh. Not a football trade, but still a trade regardless.
I don't know how much it's worth, but I've heard the Giants and Browns both interested in the number 1 pick, and Jason Lloyd said something about the trade value cut. They want to take an additional 4th or 5th to move up to 1. Yeah, the trade value cut, but in actuality, it may take an extra 3rd.
It's probably going to take a 2. It's probably going to take a 2nd and 3rd or a 1st next year to move up 1 spot in the draft.
Yeah, something like that. Because he was just going by the trade value chart, but in actuality, he said it probably takes more than that. You know, I forget what compensation he said.
Yep, but the Titans got an extra 2nd round pick from Minnesota. And I just got this tweet from MLS Gone Wild, one of the soccer guys I did the MLS draft with. Atlanta United are actually brain dead defensively. They're brain dead. Well, they gave up 2 goals to Dave Tepper's team, so of course they're brain dead.
Wow.
They're brain dead defensively.
Brain dead is a very strong term. That's probably one of the strongest terms I've heard in sports when it comes to a defensive in any sport.
Yeah, but for soccer, your defense is brain dead. That's not good.
Oh, and any sport, they say you're brain dead. What's wrong with you at that point? That's strong wording, dude. That's strong wording.
Yep. Sam Brown Jr., 446.
And I heard some good things about Sam Brown. So, he was one of those guys that people were saying, watch out for him. He can move up in the draft. And,
Yep.
You know what? That's just another sign that he may be the guy to move up in Group 2. Who else in Group 2 that could move up first?
Another NHL trade. Ryan Lindgren, the Rangers center, has been traded to the Avalanche for a 2nd round pick. I don't know if it's a 26th 2nd round pick or if it's a 2nd round pick in this year's NHL draft, but the Rangers have just gotten a 2nd round pick trading Ryan Lindgren to the Avalanche. That is officially official. So 2 NHL trades have been made before the Titans. Because I saw a tweet saying the framework of the Titans-Giants, potentially a trade where the Giants move up to number 1 for Cam Ward, is potentially ironed out. Like the logistics and the framework of that trade has been ironed out. That's a tweet I saw, but they can't legally make the trade till March 10th. The Chiefs had a formal meeting with Ohio State left tackle Josh Simmons. So Josh Simmons is meeting with the Chiefs. I know you're not a fan of that, Joey, but it's happening. Formal meeting. Okay, Williams said he'll try again in a bit. I'll contact him around 5 or 4:30. I'm going to give him a little break for now. Ty Felton with a 4.39. Somebody's saying that the Titans like Ward, Carter, and Hunter equally, and they're all for moving back as a result, because even if they move back to 3, they're still guaranteed one of those 3. I'm not buying that. I'm calling bull on that. So I'm told the Raiders and Titans have discussed a trade with an unknown third team framework. Raiders to number 1 and QB moving the Titans. So who would the veteran QB moving to the Titans be in this situation, in this 3-team trade? That I don't even think the NFL does 3-team trades. So I'm calling BS on this. So the Jets, Raiders, and Giants are all making offers for number 1, and the Browns too. So there's 4 teams bidding for number 1, Joey. So there's 4 teams bidding for number 1. And Bill told me before the combine that one of the teams made an offer similar to what the Panthers gave up for Bryce Young to the Titans. So North Carolina FC, the USL soccer team, just released stadium renderings for a downtown soccer stadium in Raleigh, North Carolina. Could we see? So it sounds like Raleigh, North Carolina is putting themselves in the mix with Indianapolis and Las Vegas for an expansion team in MLS, but MLS isn't expanding past 30 teams right now. So, but if they do, they're going to put themselves in that mix. They're going to try to put themselves in that mix. That's what it. Diana Rossini, Eagles interested in Myles Garrett, Joey. So that is, according to Rossini. I don't think the Eagles are going to get Garrett, though.
So what did Diane Rossini say?
Garrett. Eagles want Myles Garrett.
The Eagles?
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be interesting. But I doubt the Browns do that because they can get from that unless they like a quarterback that they can get in the late first.
I want 2 or 3 first-round picks and an offensive and defensive starter on the Eagles if I'm going to do this with the Eagles.
The Eagles are one of the more interesting picks because they can offer the benefits and the players, and they can also afford to take off the cap implications. So
I would probably want Nolan Smith and an offensive player on the Eagles in return for Garrett. Roseman can pick the offensive player he sends us, but I want Nolan Smith 3 number ones and an offensive starter. But Roseman can pick the offensive starter.
Well, it's
Because if you demand that much in return, you might scare the Eagles away. That's the thing. If you demand that much in return,
well, the thing is, the Eagles may do the 3 number ones because remember, Andrew Berry was a disciple of Harry Roseman.
so was Ryan Poles.
So, let's face it, there may be something there. But at the same time, well, it is going to be a steep grab. It'll be steep if they demanded that high, Eagles are going to take it down. So we'll see how that works.
Yeah, and there's other teams that I think would be better fits for Garrett, like the Bills, the Commanders, Packers, teams that run 43 defenses, I think would be better fits.
You know what I think the best fit would be? Anybody in the NFC that gives us draft picks.
You're more focused on the return than the fit. Because he's not going to be on your team anymore, so it's like
Oh, no, that's because I'm looking at it from a Browns perspective. You asked me about it from a Browns perspective, and I'm telling you from a Browns perspective, that's my thought. I do not want to see him try to do it. I do not want to see him one time. I want him to be away. Because, let's face it, he is the best pass rusher of our generation. If we're going to trade you, you are going to be over there. You're going to be far away from us. You are not going to terrorize us. You are not going to make us maneuver our entire game plan toward you. You're going to be over there. And they're going to have to pay a premium to get you. But you are, from a Browns perspective, I'm saying you are not going to be close to us. Not a chance. Unless we meet in the Super Bowl. And if that's the case, well, then so be it. But otherwise,
Saints are moving. Saints are also entering the race for number 1 in the draft. Saints at 9 are also entering that draft race with the Jets. So we have the Browns, the Giants. We got the Browns, the Giants, the Raiders, the Jets, and the Saints. So that's 5 teams in the top 10 now bidding on that number 1 pick. And Jeremiah adds that if the Titans stay at 1, it's going to be Abdul Carter, which is the vibe I'm also getting.
Number 9, that's a Ricky Williams type there. That's your entire freaking draft.
Yeah.
9-1.
Yeah, but you could offer Derek Carr number 9 and multiple picks, and that might be enough to move up because you'd have the veteran QB.
Do you think that an entire draft with picks that Abdul Carter's looked at? I mean, you got to look at it. Maybe I'm looking at it from a perspective as a scout in this situation. It's like, the hell you want me to trade for you? But you got to ask, is Abdul Carter Myles Garrett? Is Abdul Carter Joey Bosa? Is Abdul Carter those elite pass rushers that have been taken before? Because if he ain't, you ain't getting my entire draft to get his pick.
Yep.
So maybe I'm looking at it from that perspective. Because if you're going to trade your entire draft, it better be that type of generational talent. It better be the best of the best. The cream of the crop. Do you agree?
Yes. Antoine Ariante Ursary is going through an extensive medical evaluation, will miss his media availability at the Combine today. Potential problem for a player borderline of the first and second round. So Ursary, the Minnesota tackle, going through an extensive medical evaluation at the combine. Colton Edwards thinks Pierce is going to fall to day 2. James Pierce Jr., I had him at 26 on my board at the beginning of the year. I have him at 15 now. He's not going to fall out of the first round entirely after the combine. That's not going to happen. You'd have to have a Jalen Carter type situation and then some to fall out of the first round. And even if that happened, I think the Eagles or Chiefs would pounce on him at 31 or 32, even with a Jalen Carter type situation. I think the furthest he'd fall is 31 or 32. I don't think he's going to fall out of the first round. That's nuts, Joey. Like, and we're going to see some receiver drills pretty soon. What do we got here? Stephen Mack, this is not the last day of the combine. Tomorrow is the last day of the combine. Tomorrow is the last day of the combine. People, Savion Williams, Cordell Patterson comps are lazy as hell. I do agree with Iron City Film on that, but I don't think he's as good as Patterson was. I don't think, looks like we're getting wide receiver drills here at the combine. Alec Aomanor caught that pass. This is the over-the-shoulder drill. We saw the tight ends do this yesterday, but yeah. So yes, final, we're on the last. Yeah, we're going to see Luther Burden pretty soon in the over-shoulder drill. I really want to see what Luther Burden does in this drill, how he excels, all right, Luther Burden, corral to Luther Burden. And Luther Burden catches it. Burden did a good job in the over-the-shoulder drill. Ellick. Ty Felton catches it. Nice job by Felton. Jacoby George up here. Catches it. I was hoping Egbuka would work out in these drills. Jimmy Horn Jr. Okay, QB overthrew Jimmy Horn Jr. big time there. Yeah, that was Corral who overthrew him. Corral's overthrown a lot of passes today. Kobe Hudson catches that despite Corral overthrowing him. That's what the remarkable receivers do. The remarkable receivers still find a way to catch it even when it's blatantly obvious the QB overthrew him. So the first drill is over, and I've got a lot of notes on the over-the-shoulder drill. At 94 listeners now. A lot of notes for the first group. Another commercial. I'll check my text, see if Williams got anything. Nah, it's 4:17. I said I'd try again around 4:30 or Bet R. Jake Paul has timing his 40-yard dash. He has NFL speed. No. 4-4-3 for Trevian Henderson. He's going to be a great running back in the league. That is from Gruden's Twitter handle. Gruden reinstated in the Ring of Honor for the Buccaneers. I'm happy for Gruden in that respect. The Big Ten was blessed with two of the best tight ends with Warren and interesting. Got a review from Jason Bannell on the new Marvel movie, and Jason's got the same Super Bowl as me, Bengals over Lions, but Captain America: Brave New World is passable as a mid-level Marvel movie. The hate it's getting is unwarranted. Not a huge Mackie fan, but Harrison Ford is great. The cameo at the end was cool, convinced me otherwise. All right, I can respect that. That's a fairly objective review. But yeah, they redid Captain America. But yeah, it looks like they're doing the gauntlet now, Joey. Jack Beck. I'm just surprised they're doing the gauntlet this early with the receivers. But yeah. Are you still here, Joey? Because the gauntlet, Isaiah Bond caught everything. Jack Beck caught everything.
Yeah, I'm here. You were just going on, so I didn't want to interrupt you. But you seem like you were on a roll.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm still here.
But the gauntlet drill is underway. Luther Burden.
And believe me, I will be going over this gauntlet drill.
Luther Burden caught everything.
Luther Burden caught everything. Has he gone through twice?
I think they're going, yeah, because I know with the defensive backs, they go through the drill once, but I think with the receivers, they go through the drill twice.
Yeah, the receivers always go through twice, but they can opt out after one. So if he goes through twice and he gets everything for the second time, because the gauntlet drill is what I pay attention to most. Some quarterbacks are assault, some rocket towards your face, and you have to be ready for all of it. So the gauntlet drill to me is the
4 wide receivers have caught everything in their path. Jack Beck, Isaiah Bond, Luther Burden III, Ty Felton.
How fast did they drop it?
None of them have dropped it. None of those 4 dropped it on any of their attempts, but the other receivers have.
How many, after they catch it, how fast did they drop it?
Some of them are.
If you look at the steps, it would have been called incomplete in an NFL game. So you have to really pay attention. Do they catch it? And they make a step for both feet are down.
1 to 2 seconds. 1 to 2 seconds is they're adjusting very quickly. A lot of those 4 receivers adjusting very quickly.
Because that's what I always look at. It's like there's one thing to catch it, but there's another thing.
Yeah, and some of these receivers are catching everything, but they're running out of bounds. The technique looks sloppy, so I'm not going to praise them when talking about the receivers that caught everything in the gauntlet drill. If you do something like that where you trip or you accidentally step out of bounds, we won't criticize you, but I'm not going to praise you either. So,
because you have to make sure that in that drill, you don't necessarily have to make football moves because you're going right on to the next one, but at the same time, you got to make sure you get that second foot down before you let that thing drop. And that's what always catches me. And that's why I criticize a lot of guys, even if they catch everything, technically catch everything, it's like, you don't get that second foot down, that ain't going to matter if you got it in your hands. So that would be considered a fumble. At worst, that's a fumble. At best, it's an incomplete pass.
Yep.
So, I know I'm not the only one. I'm sure that I'm saying the same thing.
And Jack Beck caught everything in the gauntlet drill for a second time.
Yeah.
Or are they just showing replays of the first time? I think they're just showing replays of the first time.
I'm going to take a gauntlet drill every year for every position about 3 times because I want to make sure these are true catches and not a bunch of stuff that, he caught everything. Well, his second foot wasn't down before he threw the thing to the
Jack
ground.
Beck caught everything second time.
Okay.
I don't think Bond caught everything a second time, but Jack Beck did. So Bond didn't catch everything a second time, but he caught 13 out of 14 passes. Burden, let's see. 2, 3. Burden caught everything a second time. Luther Burden might be the winner when it comes to this group today. And then Ole Gordon will probably put him in the stock down or losers group. Because there really are no winners. There are really no losers at the combine, but there's players that hurt their stock. But I think Burden may have helped his stock and Gordon hurt it. But Mel Kiper Jr. basically said that Burden played his way out of the first round and Field Yates kind of backed Kiper and reinforced that notion, but I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think Burden's played his way out of the first round. In fact, I think he's reinforced why he should be in the first round with today's combine. So,
Well, here's the thing. there is very little that's going to play you out of the first round. What the combine is a exaggeration of your practice. That's basically what it is. Is what are your practice habits, and how can we send them to the extreme? Because if your practice habits aren't good, then you'll never hit the extreme of them. But if your practice habits are bad, but if your practice habits are good, you may be able to hit the extreme. If not, we're going to see just how good your practice habits are. That's all the combine is. It is a picture curriculum of your practice habits. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah.
Because as they say, you do not put in the practice work, then well, that's who you are. You know, it does show athleticism and other things, but overall it's just a continuation of your practice habits.
Yeah. It's a great point. You have some people in the chat? No. I thought we may have had some comments in the chat. Better get some more off the field drills. If you're going to go to a commercial, because I feel like they are going to go to a commercial, but they're talking the key. Yep. Let's see here. Blake Griffin Red Lobster ads.
Just so you know, I only have 14 cents left. The bus system has pretty much drained my ass. So it's hard to snap. There's nothing.
2-0. Charlotte beats Atlanta 2-0. The game went to full time. Arthur Blank gets his rematch with Dave Tepper on July 19th in the summer. While round 1 goes to Dave Tepper. I don't know. I'll check my phone. It's 4:30. I'll check my phone to see if William. My phone's at 18%. I should probably get the wireless charger and get the regular phone charger and put those two and two together. Make sure those two are next to each other and start getting the battery for this phone up, because I know if the combine's going to last as long as it did last year. Yeah, I know Charlotte beat Atlanta 2-0. I just Googled the game, but my scoreboard's deciding to reward Dave Tepper for winning. Bad scoreboard. You don't reward Dave Tepper at all. All right, so, okay, good. So the phone's at 18%, the iPad's at 55%. So, but yeah. I'll check my text from William now. I'm going to bail for a little bit. I'll try again in a bit. I'll text William around 5. Like, if he wants to come back at 4:30 or whenever, that's fine. But I'm not going to text him until like 5, and I'll try again at 6 if he's still busy with some stuff. Because I know we're going to be we're about halfway done with the combine, unless the combine time has changed. Last year it was 1-9. This year it's only 1-8. But still, they got through the first group in 2 hours. So in this group, if they can get through this group by 5 or 5:30, then you could be out of here by 8. But if not, it's a possibility we're here till 9. So I know we've done podcasts in previous years where we've started the combine show at noon, or we've started at 10 a.m. We've gone till 9 p.m. We're not. Ewers is throwing some slants. Good timing by Ewers there on the completion. And now we'll see Dylan Gabriel throwing. All right, we're starting to see some QBs throw.
I'm not sure I'll be here from 9 to 9:30. I'm not sure if I'll be here at 5. Because guess what? I'm a 13%. I'm still at the phone because I've been sending away.
Yeah, my phone was at 18%. That's why I decided to charge it, because I didn't realize it was that low. So yeah, so it's at 19% now. It was at 18%. But so both Quinn Ewers and Dylan Gabriel look good throwing the ball in the slant drill. Mm-hmm. Brady Cook is throwing so we'll see what happens. Brady Cook throwing some passes here. I'm not sure what drill this is, but Jackson Dart is up now. I don't think it's a slant drill. I think it's something else. It's the out route. So Jackson Dart with a nice out route. Not as accurate. Quinn Ewers with another accurate dime on the out route. And Ewers. And that was just an awful throw by Dylan Gabriel. The dog and duck hunt is laughing at Dylan Gabriel after that throw. And Burden bailed him out on the second throw. Seth Hennigan. I don't know if that throw is worth typing about. But throw was good. The catch was not. Will Howard. Will Howard's in this group. I thought he'd be in the second group, but Will Howard on the out route. And I don't know if that was just a drop by Felton. I'm not going to blame Howard for that. He threw a good ball. Receiver just dropped it. He underthrew that second pass. So Howard not exactly leaving with the strongest impression here. I think the only QBs that haven't thrown an incomplete pass yet are Quinn Ewers. I think Quinn Ewers. Brady Cook and Brosmer haven't thrown an incomplete pass either, but they've both underthrown their receivers at least once. That's the big thing I'm looking at. How many of these QBs have not thrown an incomplete pass and have not underthrown their receivers? That's the big detail I'm looking at, Joey, because if you just look at the QBs who are throwing completions and not just who's underthrown passes, you're going to miss something really important. You're going to miss a really important little detail, Joey. And you can't have that. I don't think anybody but Ewers can move up. I mean, Howard hasn't wowed me enough to move into round 2 yet. This was his window of opportunity to maybe move up from round 3 to round 2. I haven't seen that from Ewers. Has shown he can. Ewers has been off to a good start. And what's ironic is Steve Sarkisian's now in the booth with Eisen and Jeremiah. So, yeah. But Joey's still here. He's just on the call. He's trying to get to a location to charge his phone. Phone's now at 21%. So yeah.
I'm trying to preserve power. My phone is now at 10%. And it's not looking good because this bus has been an hour and a half plus in the making. And an hour and a half plus in the making ain't good.
We're now at 99 listeners on the live stream. Thank you guys so much. I said we might break 100 earlier today. I wasn't confident in it, but
everybody was tuned in. I'm sorry that I'm kind of limited because of the bus situation. But thank you guys for tuning in and listening into the combo today.
Quinn Ewers, let's see what Ewers does here. It's a deep passing, it's a medium passing drill, and nice throw by Dart there. Or nice throw by Ewers. Ewers with another nice throw. And Ewers, really good accuracy on these throws by Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers' medium ball accuracy looks a lot better in this drill.
And Ewers' baseball is his consistency and his availability. This dude is injury prone. And one day he will look like Peyton Manning, and the next day he will look like Philip Rivers. I mean, dude, grow yourself some consistency and get yourself a good trainer.
He's been the most consistent QB among this group on the deep end route.
Well, that's something for a day. Have him do it 2 days in a row. We'll see how it happens.
Yeah, and Will Howard's just thrown his third incompletion. So Howard's pretty much blown his opportunity to move into round 2. Now he round 1 or round 2. Now he could move into round 2. He could keep his round 3 status if he rebounds, but Will Howard's basically pissed away.
What routes are they running? What routes are you running? The receiver's running.
This is the deep end route.
This is the deep end. Okay. What were the previous 2?
We had the out route and the slant.
Okay. I'll look at that because the out route's a difficult one. I want to see how it.
Only 2 quarterbacks have not thrown an incompletion: Max Brosmer and Quinn Ewers. And Brosmer's underthrown a pass or 2. Ewers has been consistent, steady, and Ewers overthrew his first ball. So that means Brosmer went the longest without an incomplete pass, and he's been in and out on drills. Like he's been in and out on certain QB drills at the combine.
So,
Brosmer.
I'll go back and look at those because not every incompletion is a bad incompletion, but every incompletion needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
Obviously, something that went wrong.
Howard's already got 3 incompletions on the day. Ewers is only at 1.
Because I'm going to trust you here on this one. Were they bad incompletions? Were they just off the hands? Were they a little bit low?
Overthrown. The Ewers incompletion was a little bit too high. Yeah, so none of these QBs went very long in terms of not throwing an incomplete pass. And since Sanders and Ward are not working out at the combine, you're going to have to rely on their tape and their pro days to make a verdict on them. Whereas with this group, you don't really see that standout. But it sounds like we're going to be pivoting from quarterback drills to wide receiver drills. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting here. USC leads Oregon 24-23. That's from my phone. A circus bench route. I would love to see the Manning brothers take over the Senior Bowl because it'd be like the Manning Academy 2.0. Remember when Eli and Peyton had the Manning Academy? They might still have it, but like to have them in charge of the Senior Bowl, that would make it a huge draw because then you could have Team Peyton versus Team Eli, and they could pick who they want on their teams. Make a fun element. I think the Mannings are the best candidates to succeed Jim Nagy. As crazy as that sounds, Joey, I think that the Manning brothers would do a good job with the Senior Bowl. As counterintuitive and crazy as that sounds, I do believe the Manning brothers would do a good job with the Senior Bowl. Because with the NBA All-Star game this year, it was Team Barkley versus Team Shaq. You could do something like that with the Manning brothers at the Senior Bowl if they took over. But I think they want somebody who's more experienced in the scouting industry to run the Senior Bowl, take over for Nagy, succeed him. They want someone more experienced in the scouting industry. It's not that the Mannings wouldn't do a good job. I think they'd prefer to have someone who's more experienced in the scouting part of their industry. Because we both know the Mannings can put on a show, Joey. We both know it doesn't matter if it's the Pro Bowl games or if it's a Super Bowl prop bet. Mannings are going to put on a show. And Will Howard overthrew a receiver by like 5 yards. 4th incompletion on the day. And Brosmer with a sidearm throw like Mahomes completes it. But it's like the second pass he's underthrown today. Brady Cook threw it, and not bad. Brady Cook with another completion. Jackson Dart. I'm not really blown away by any of the QBs yet. They probably knew the running backs were more exciting. That's probably why they had them work out first. Ewers, 7-step drop, throws it, completes it. Barely, but he does complete it. So, because Ewers had a good 1-step, 3-step, 5-step drop. It was the 7-step drop. That was what I wanted to see him. And they're having these QBs throw 7-step drops. Gabriel cannot throw a 7-step drop to save his life. Hennigan barely completes that. Will Howard points his feet backward in a diagonal direction, but does complete the 7-step drop. I viewed Howard as a 1-3-5-step QB. I really didn't see him as a 7-step guy. But Brosmer with his first incompletion on the 7-step drop. So, yeah, Brosmer finally threw an incompletion. All right, so I think the QBs are where we had them ranked. I think Joey's phone died. I appreciate Joey contributing to the show. I think his phone died. I'm gonna text him, double check, make sure. All right. So yeah, so the simulcam presented by Rocket. So I do not see any official 40 times yet. We will keep you guys updated when that information is out there. It's not out there yet. I can do this. I'm good. Um yes, so we'll see what happens here. 99 views. I'm really glad. So Titans. All right, so we're back. No official 40 times yet. Will Howard throws a completion. I'm not sure what drill this is, but Bill basically said the QBs do not look good at the combine. I agree. Yeah, if we get official 40 times, I'll post them, but I do not have them yet at this point. And Brady Cook, the completion. Jackson Dart. Yeah, because we're seeing more medium throws, medium routes. We'll see what happens here. I am not very interested. I want to see the second group. I should be more interested in the combine. I'm just not. This is just a very bland group 1 for QBs this year. But these QBs, they got to audition. They got to jump through some hoops, impress some teams. I think the combine's going to be over by 8. It might be over before 8. Okay, Adam Schefter does have the official fastest 40 times for the wide receivers. All right, so we will reload this. We do have official 40 times for the wide receivers. I don't know if we have official 40 times for the QBs yet. Let's see. Do we have anything for Brady Cook and Hennigan? We have a 4.59 for Brady Cook and a 4.76 for Hennigan. All right, so QBs, pretty much done with the QBs. I mean, I might type some stuff on the QBs a little bit later, but we do have the 40 times for group 1 of the wide receivers, so I'm getting that information right now, guys. But yeah, there might be some there might be Riley Leonard, Kyle McCord, Jalen Milroe. We might see some guys in this group 2 run the 40. I'll update this if that's the case. I don't expect it to be the case, but I'll update that if that is. But group 1 did not look good. My thoughts on this should not be that short and to the point. Because I know short and to the point is good. It's what people want sometimes, but I'm way more detail oriented than that. And, All right, we've got the official 40 times for group 1. Four, 5, 1 for Andrew Armstrong. 4, 4, 4 for A.O. Manor. Elijah Badger with a 4, 4, 3. Jack Beck did not run the 40. Isaiah Bond with a 4, 4, 4, 3, 9 for Isaiah Bond. Ja'Cory Brooks, did he run? No, he didn't run the 40. Sam Brown Jr. I don't think you're on a 2-year streak, Colton, but we'll see. We'll see what happens in the draft. I'm not going to downplay your opinion. I'm just saying I don't agree with it. It's not cool to downplay other opinions, even if you disagree with them. Or 4, 6, 1 for Pat Bryant. Daquan Felton ran a 4, 5 flat. Ty Felton ran a 4, 3, 7. Jacoby George didn't run the 40. Matthew Golden, 4, 2, 9. Pretty good job there. I don't think Trey Harris ran the 40. Jaden Higgins, 4, 4, 7. Holden, Trayshawn Holden, 4, 5, 7. So this is the deep ball passing drill. And he got the ball about 40 yards downfield. That's not like... Brosmer starts at the 10, so he got it 50 yards downfield. And then that time he got it like 65 yards downfield. We'll see Brady Cook throw it deep. $50 yards. Zeke, I turn your notifications on for the follow shoutouts. That's it. I don't turn them on to hear you retweeting other accounts that I think are garbage accounts. I do it for the shoutouts. That's literally all I turn your notifications on for. I know it's rude when I'm that blunt, but... And Jackson Dart with a 50-yard completion. Jimmy Horn Jr., 4, 4, 6. And Dart overthrew his man on that one. And Torrey Horton with a 4, 4, 1. Official. Kobe Hudson with a 4, 5, 7. Okay. Ewers threw that he threw that thing to the 20. He got from the 5. Ewers completed like an 80-yard pass. Ewers might have more arm strength than someone like Richardson, which is nuts. Because Ewers completed like an 80-yard pass on his first throw, and he completed like a 64-yard throw on his second attempt. So I do think Ewers has the best arm of the Group 1 QBs. That really affirms what I've been saying about this group. Oh, Trey Johnson, Trey Harris did run 4.55 and 4.54. Will Howard, he got that about 50 yards downfield. But yeah, they're doing the deep ball accuracy drill, which tells me they're almost done with group 2. All right, so that is we're updating some stuff. So we got the official 40 times up for the first group of receivers. We've got the oh fuck. I forgot to type Burden's 40. Let me do that right now. I didn't think I forgot Burden's 40. Let me update that. 441. Okay. Well, let me update that right now because I didn't realize I forgot to type that in. Let me get that. There we go. All right, so we got pretty much everything up to Kelly typed. Let me get some stuff here. Jack, I don't know what drill this is. And I want to see if I got some. It's the comeback route. Jackson Dart did a nice job in the comeback route. Now, then I said that, and then he played like crap. Yes. So yeah, 99 viewers. The iPad's at 46% on TalkShoe, guys. Viewers with the comeback route. Post corner route here, Jackson Dart. We're going to see if Jackson Dart does well in anything. Nope. Viewers. Doesn't complete that. Quinn Ewers drops back. Very good job. All right. Talk shoe disconnected for a second. We're at 99. I mean, right now, so it's just been very bland combine. I don't remember a combine group this boring. And we're still live on Talk Shoe. Good. Okay, it does look like Group 1 is done. We saw Group 1 do a backflip, so Group 1 is done. I don't think we're going to get Group 2 until like 6. But Group 1 is done for the QBs, receivers, thank God. Let me yeah, I mean, I'm back on Talk Shoe, guys. 99 viewers here. Yeah, so we're still here on Talk Shoe and Restream, but yeah, final group. So Group 1's done. We're waiting for Group 2. We'll see what happens here. Straight out of a Dr. Seuss book. Like something straight out of a Dr. Seuss book. Red Lobster, the Combine is sponsored by Red Lobster. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the restroom before if William comes back, he comes back, but I don't. Because the iPad's at 40% now. Yeah, I'm not really. At this point, I just want to get the combine stuff over with. Route 240s for the QBs and the wide receivers. Let's just run them and get them out of the way. So yeah, let me see what we got here. 99 viewers. We're at the 4-hour mark on Restream. Wow, we're at 100 viewers. I'm just waiting for Group 2 to begin working out. I'm kind of on a break right now, but I appreciate us getting to 100. Are we getting the 40 times? Are they going to push the 40 times back till 8 or 6 p.m.? So we're still waiting for the 40-yard dashes. My hands are still drying. I washed my hands after going to the bathroom, so my hands are still drying. That is my excuse. And if the 40-yard dash does not start by 6, I will change the channel over to ESPN because they are airing the Stadium Series. So yeah, NFL, you don't have leverage. Yeah, we're just waiting. We were at 100 listeners. We're now at 99 again, but I'm waiting for. Okay, my hands are dry. I'm back. But yeah, I was waiting for my hands to dry. I'm back, folks. Welcome back. We're at 99 download, 99 live listeners. We were at 100 for a few minutes. I don't blame the one viewer for leaving. I might promote the show in some groups because I think that will get us to over 100. I'm going to share this in a few groups. I think by doing that, that will get us to over 100 views. There we go. All right. So we are going to, yeah. So Cam Ward, he's interviewing with somebody. They're just doing this to kill time. Yeah, tomorrow will be the shortest day of the combine because you just have the offensive line group working out and then you're done. Yeah, so still waiting on some stuff for the combine. It's at 39%. The phone is at 39%. Still waiting on some QB2 stuff to work out. Still to come more QB receiver workouts. But you guys are waiting till 6 probably. So we're at 101 now. It does look like we are going to get back to the So yeah, we'll see what happens here. We're waiting on the combine data. We're waiting on group 2 of the 40-yard dash before we sign off because, yeah, it's final day of the combine will be tomorrow afternoon. But, yeah. I think Joey's still on the bus. Is Ward going to throw? I don't think he's going to throw, but he's just sitting there. Okay, we do have William back here. All right, so we are going to get the 40-yard dashes for Group 2 very, very soon at 103 viewers now. Thank you guys so much.
Oh yeah. Cool, man. What'd I miss?
Group 1 through worked out. I thought Ewers did well in Group 1. Brosmer also did well, but Group 2 is going to feature your guy, Jalen Milroe. McMillan, the Arizona receiver. I don't think he's running. He might be working out in Group 2. We'll see, but Group 2 is basically final group for today, and then tomorrow is a much shorter, lighter show. It's only 1 to 5, and it's the offensive linemen. So, final day of the combine. I might go get something to eat after tomorrow, or I don't know. I've got enough food to last here. It's the same repetitive stuff. I don't know. We'll see how I feel after this. But yeah, are they basically making the QBs wait until after 6, like Group 2 wait until after 6 to work out? That is just because it's been 30 minutes or it's been an hour, I think. I think the QBs, Group 1, the QBs stopped working out at 5 or 5:15. So they've done nothing for an entire hour. NFL Network's basically done nothing for an entire hour. That is just I get 30 minutes. I get needing 30 minutes to talk about the news and other stuff, but a 1 hour break, that is just inexcusable.
Yeah, dude.
You can't leave your audience on hold for an entire hour.
No, for like if they're working out too, man, you know, an hour that would make you stiffen up, you know.
Yep.
A lot of players if they're just screwing around and not staying warm, you know. So seeing here what Quinn Ewers did, so he's looked pretty good, huh?
Ewers had a great day. Brosmer had a good day, but everybody else just kind of stunk. Someone said Jackson Dart had a good day. No, I didn't see it. Dart made a lot of erratic throws. I basically said Jackson Dart looked like something straight out of a Dr. Seuss book.
Yeah.
And not in a good way. That's not intended to be a compliment. That is more of a backhanded compliment.
Yeah. Between 22 and 23, watching Jackson Dart, I mean, I liked him. He had potential and fire, everything else, and I had him rated at, a high third round, and with hopes of actually making a jump,
And
But
Will Howard threw like 3 or 4 incompletions, underthrew, overthrew passes. He did
Yeah.
not have a good day, in my opinion. He did not look good.
yeah, but like I said, that's good that Quinn looks good, because like I said, after Dart, I ended up having to drop him to the fourth round. On my final evaluation, it just wasn't the same player. It was like he lost confidence, in his arm, and it just lost. I'm not sure quite what happened, but and I'm definitely glad to see Ewers up there. I still have a final to finish on him. My preseason grade, I had a high second round grade on, between him, Cam Ward, and Jalen Milrow at the, preseason. I had about, 10 picks apart, between the end of the first and the beginning of the second round,
So is Tyler Show the only quarterback in Group 2 that's going to run the 40? I think it's just Tyler Show, and that's it.
He's actually, I think he runs pretty quick, don't he?
Yeah. But they're just starting
4 or
Group
5
2 of the
4
40-yard
6.
dash with Tyler Show. So that leads me to believe that he's the only guy in Group 2 that's going to run the 40.
Yeah, and he's got some potential, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good size. He's what, 6'4", 6'5", 230 somewhere in there, and I mean, he's got that.
4.69. That is the unofficial time for Tyler Show.
I remember something about, like I said, about 4.6 somewhere in there. But yeah, no, he's got a little bit of potential, man. I think he'll definitely make a backup in this league. And,
Yeah, I've got a 7th round grade on Show, but there are people talking like he's going to go a lot earlier than that. He is the last QB on my rankings, but we'll
I've got
see
him.
what ends up happening with him.
I'd say I'd probably estimate him. I'd probably have a 5th, late 4th or a 5th on him. That's what it kind of seemed like, but without doing the full evaluation, we'll stick with that for right
Tyler Show is getting the crowd involved, and I don't think anybody else is running the 40 at QB. Is he going to run again, or is he just going to stick with that time? Because I don't. If he chose not to run again, stuck on that time, we could just get to the receiver 40s and we would be out of here quicker.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. That's good though, to at least see someone doing it.
Yeah.
The other ones, like, Joey was talking about, Jackson Dart. I don't see that as it's very important for him to run the 40. That's not who he is.
I don't even think Riley Leonard's going to do the throwing drills. He's wearing a hoodie. He's wearing a hoodie like Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders. So I don't even think he's going to do the throwing drills. Riley Leonard, he needs to do he needs to do those to get drafted at this point.
Yes,
I mean,
he does.
I've got a 6th round grade on Leonard, a 7th on Show. But that's only because Riley Leonard barely beat Show in that game. If Show had won that game, I probably would have moved him ahead of Leonard. But,
I've never been excited with Leonard. He's got some legs under him and everything. But I'm saying the highest I'd probably have him ranked is probably about a 6th round pick. I mean,
yeah,
his arm ain't too great. And there's other ones like Tyler Shug and Will Howard, that are, good sized quarterbacks like that can make all the throws and be had, and
Pete Carroll, quit playing video poker on your cell phone, buddy. We got a combine. I know it's been a long day, Petey. I know it's been a long day. And Petey, my mom calls Pete Carroll Petey. That's I think it's kind of funny. But yeah, that's we got some QBs to watch, and we got some receivers.
Sweet.
I
just love that.
Milrow is warming up. He does look good in warm-up so far. But are we we're going to see another 40 run for Tyler Show. So Give him a few minutes to cool off, and none of the other QBs are running 40s, so. So each team gets a press box at the combine. The Patriots, the Titans. Patriots press box is right next to the Titans. So if they want to make a trade up to 1, it's just a quick walk for them.
Right.
Whereas the other teams have to jump through hoops.
Yeah. With the Patriots, man, like I said, I would like to see Travis Hunter as a wide receiver with the Patriots.
I think the Patriots are going to get Hunter as a corner.
But either way, I like that pick because
they can play him at both spots. And Show ran a 4.64 on his second attempt, so
there we go.
Bad. Tyler Show, high five, and people all fired up. All right, so that is
6'5", 230. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so Tyler Show, only guy who ran the 40 in Group 2 with a 4.64, and then we'll get the receiver numbers for we're going to get the receivers. Keandre Lambert Smith kicks off Group 2 here. Jalen Lane, Dominic Lovett. Brew McCoy is not going to run the 40. We already know that because NFL Network is not showing Brew McCoy in the 40 ticker. And McMillan's not going to run the 40 either. So I'm going to put DNP next to both of those guys.
I don't think McMillan has to do a whole lot. He's going to be a high pick, you know.
I agree. He is going to be a high 10, pick.
So
I got both Burden and McMillan in the top 10. 4.38 for Keandre Lambert Smith.
Sounds about right.
I may end up moving Burden back ahead of McMillan. I don't know. We'll see. It's very close. I've got the exact same floor and ceiling grade on both players. Like they're literally tied.
Man.
They're literally tied for both floor and ceiling. That's why it's so hard.
You know, if you got a quarterback that you know needs wide receivers with a wide, you know, catch radius, you know, McMillan's your man. But other than that, it just might be Burden, you know, because it's like I said, pick your poison. I agree. So.
Jalen Lane's about to run. So none of the QBs, I don't have a stock up on any of the QBs. As far as the running backs go, I do have one for stock down. Stock up, I might go Luther Burden for stock up if I move him ahead of McMillan, but it's very close between those two.
That's the one thing, though. You mentioned those 8.5.
But Burden showed out today, and he didn't drop anything. So I would probably give him the landslide edge right now. But
that helps that hand size.
That really with that hand size, the fact that he ran as well as he did with his hand size, that definitely does help his case.
Yeah. For sure. And like I said, man, somebody mentioned him dropping, and it's like, based on what, man? This was before the combine, you know, a couple days ago, people were talking about, you know, Bird dropping. It's like, dude, based on what? You don't have any evidence, you know, so just shut up. You know? It's like, wait until something happens at the combine, you know, and if he catches everything, then guess what? You had a great day. And whoever said that can...
Yep. 4.41 for Georgia receiver Dominic Lovett. 4.41 flat.
I think the one thing too with McMillan, they would have had a lot better year, but Jed Fish, you know, he left to go to Washington, and I think that kind of
Nick Nash is on San Jose State, not Pittsburgh. I will fix that right now. I don't know why this says Nick Nash is on Pittsburgh, but I'll fix that right now before Montfield runs his 40. There we go.
I feel that Jed Fish move kind of stunted what's his name, Noah Fafita, you know. And
but Fafita's going to have another year to develop at Arizona.
Yeah.
He might be in the 2026 group. We'll see.
And I've got him as a really good backup quarterback. You know, he's going to come in a little bit smaller, you know, like 5'10", like, you know, I mean,
but he uses every bit of his size. You know, that was one thing that I was impressed watching him play. You know, I mean, he puts everything he's got into his throws, and he knows how to use his body. You know, might be a little bit small, but he'll make a backup in this league.
Yeah.
That's why I ended up with the second round grade on him.
Screw it. I'm going to
keep
swap
second
Burden and
round
McMillan. I'm going to swap Burden and McMillan since I've seen McMillan show he can Nick Nash 4.58 for Nick Nash. So McMillan will remain in the top 10, but Burden reclaims his wide receiver 1 status. So that's what we're going to do. Isaiah Nair.
He's got some good size, eh? 6'4",
Yeah.
218.
Yep.
That might get him drafted, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Late, but still, you know.
Yeah.
Got Caden Prather coming up, too.
Prather,
6'3".
Jalen Noel after this.
Oh.
4.43 for Nair.
That should get him drafted.
Yep.
That says it right there, so, yeah.
So I'm going to move Burden ahead of McMillan in my receiver rankings. Both will remain in the top 10. I'm not going to adjust McMillan's floor grade or ceiling grade. I'm not going to tinker with that. But I am moving Burden ahead of McMillan because Burden jumped through hoops, whereas McMillan it just feels like he's
Skated
coasting.
along.
He's wide receiver 1. He's the consensus wide receiver 1, but he's not the unanimous wide receiver 1, and it just feels like he's coasting through the draft process.
Not hungry enough.
Yeah.
I would definitely put
It's a
Burden
pet
just
peeve, but it's not a deal breaker.
Right. You know, it's kind of one of those things. Like I said, you know, he knows he's going to be a high pick, so he's just, you know, playing it out. But
only winner for day 3 is going to be Luther Burden, and only loser for day 3 is going to be Ole Gordon. I don't know who I'm going to move ahead of Ole Gordon. I might just swap Ole Gordon with Skatibo when I update the running back rankings.
the one thing that really stuck out with Gordon when I watched some of his film, I didn't feel his footwork was as crisp as it could have been. You know, he's a good running back, solid, you know, running back in this. He'll make a NFL running back, but like I said, it just didn't seem like his footwork was as crisp as it should be or as it could be.
Yeah.
However you want to put that.
My floor grade on Ole Gordon's a 76, but do I drop it to a 71 or a 66? That's what I got to decide when it comes to the Ole Gordon evaluation. But yeah.
And it seems like so many people have, you know,
I'm probably dropping him to a
in
71. If he has a bad pro day, I'll move him down to a 66, but I'll put him at a 71 for now when I adjust the rankings later tonight. Question is, we can either swap Skatibo with Ole Gordon in round 2, or we can move someone else up in round 3 into round 2. And I don't feel like any of the QBs, Ewers, Dart, I don't think any of them took that necessary leap to move into round 2. So we're either probably going to move Stutzman, who I have at 66, into round 3, or we're probably going to move Stutzman, who I have at 66, into round 2 and swap him out with Ole Gordon. Or the other option is if that doesn't work, is we can swap out Skatibo with Ole Gordon. It'll be like nothing changed as far as
right. Yeah, you know, Stutzman with that 4.5 240, you know, that I feel gave him a little bit of traction there.
You know, if you did want to move.
That's
him up.
basically because I really don't see any other route to go as far as tweaking the draft board, William. I think we either move Stutzman in round 2 and swap him out with Ole Gordon, or we move Scatibo where we have Ole Gordon. We just do a little tiny running back swap to the board. Nothing big.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I love watching Cam on film, and he plays some good football, but I'm just not quite sure if he's a
Yeah, and
second-round
I
pass.
feel like he didn't do enough at the combine to move the needle. That's the other thing.
Yeah. So I feel, you know, that's kind of a round 3 pick right there, you know, and it's just because, you know, how good of a football player he is and how versatile he is, you know, how much he knows about
Caden
the
Prather ran a 4.46.
good time.
4.46. Restrepo did not run the 40. 4.42 for Jalen Royals out of Utah State. Not bad. Arian Smith with a 4.36. Rock Taylor, the Memphis receiver. I was very high on him. I had a 4th round grade on him when most people didn't even have him on their boards back in September, but a 4.52, still pretty respectable.
That is.
This Isaac Tesla, 2 A's in Tesla, 2 A's in Tesla's last name, Elon Musk, not one. 4.44. Thornton Jr.
Jimmy Horn Jr. running.
Jimmy Horn Jr. ran in the first group.
Oh, did he?
He had a good day, good 40 time.
Good deal. Glad to see it.
Probably
Yes, sir.
middle linebacker rankings a little bit. 4.3 flat for Thornton. 4.3 flat for Dante Thornton Jr. Probably the best 40 time I've seen for a Tennessee receiver since Robert Meacham back in 2007.
Meacham was.
Yeah, Meacham
He
was
was
amazing.
around 4.3 flat, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I remember something along those lines. Seems like that was right. That's been such a minute, man. I hadn't heard that name.
Yep. I know it was so random that I dropped that name of all names.
Yeah.
All right, so Stutzman.
Remember, he could blow the top off of defense, but catching the ball wasn't. Yeah.
Watkins with a 4.38. Jordan Watkins, Ole Miss wide receiver. Gonna swap those two out.
Sorry about that. Getting all of that.
No problem. Theo Weiss Jr. is about to run the 40. Yeah, I've adjusted my board to where Ole Gordon's now in round 3. I don't know where he's going to be exactly in round 3, how the running back rankings are going to look, but I'm tweaking that as the 40 times come in. So once we get all the 40 times for this group, I will tweak that. I'll tweak that part of my board because my board's going to look slightly different. Jackson Dart moves up from 69 to 68. Hancock moves up to 69. Theo Weiss 4.59 for Theo Weiss. And Ole Gordon only dropped from 50 to 70, so he only dropped 20 spots. It's pretty generous, but yeah, I only dropped Ole Gordon 20 spots on my board, so he didn't really fall that far.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And I'll load the running back rankings. I'll reload them and update board accordingly. But yeah, I'm not going to update everything right now. But yeah, Ole Gordon's going to end up dropping. He still remains ahead of Henderson and Brooks. He only fell behind Kyle Monangai and Devin Neal. So really not that big of a tweak. 4, 5. So now we only have 5 running backs in round 2 instead of 6. And I think that actually does reflect better to have only 4 running backs in round 2. So I got 4 running backs in round 2, and then a bunch of guys in round 3. So 4.63 for Antoine Wells Jr.
Not bad, not bad.
I'm guessing some of these other guys like LeJontay Wester, Ricky White, Sabian Williams are running, but they're going to another commercial first. I swear. You are begging me to flip over to ESPN for the Stadium Series, and wow, they're delaying the Stadium Series because of how competitive this Alabama-Tennessee basketball game is. 75-72 Bama with about a minute left. They're delaying the hockey game, the Stadium Series, which is like the biggest event outside the Winter Classic due to how competitive the basketball game is, which was airing before. Wow, I didn't think that would hold that up, but yeah. So really, we'll see what happens here. But yeah, Wester, White. I don't think Wester's running, but he might be. Kyle Williams. I think it's Wester, White, and Sabian Williams. I don't think Kyle Williams is running. But we'll see.
Cool. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back.
No problem.
Okay, sir.
Perfect timing. We're back from commercials. LeJontay Wester with a 4.47.
I've got a hamburger, freaking Whopper that is going to be here in about 15 minutes. I'm happy.
Yeah, you got Joey's got pizza. You got a Whopper. I probably should go out and get something good to eat, something with protein, not just the normal food that I've got here at the house. So everyone's in such a festive mood.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good though. Anyway.
4.49 for Sabian Williams. So all the first 40 times are done. And really the only thing left to do is to maybe tweak these times.
Yeah, I don't think the 40 time's gonna bug Restrepo either.
Yeah,
Everybody
Restrepo. I've
knows
got
what he is.
Restrepo very high.
Mhm.
4.38 for Lambert Smith. So pretty much can just pencil him into the 4.38 for official since he ran both 4.38s. Pretty much pencil that in. I don't know if things will be that smoothly with the receiver group, wide receiver 2 group, but it is good that we got a little bit less work to do with the wide receiver group. Jalen Lane.
See that 4.35?
Yeah, he ran a 4.35 the first time. And then Lovett's next.
4.41.
Yep.
Yeah, Nick Nash 4.58. Yeah, at least he broke the 4.46 mark, anyways. I mean, I don't think anybody thought he was, that
Yeah.
athletic coming in. Still led
Jalen Lane with a 4.38, but they're only going to count the first time. And it'll probably be a 4.34 or 4.35 on official time when that comes in. So I'm not going to time that. I'll wait for some of the 40 times. And that's good that we're getting some of these official times.
Yeah. The only 4.2 time was what's his name, wasn't it? 4.28.
Yeah, 4.41 for Lovett. So that we'll lock that in. Lovett. Really, with how smooth this is going, we just need Lane in the show's official 40 times later today. How smooth this is going. Mumpfield, he ran a 4.6 flat first time. Pit receiver.
Not the end of the world, but still a mark,
Yep.
Do you have him undrafted?
Who?
Mumfeld.
Mumpfeld, yeah. Report rumors of multiple teams not having Ginty as running back 1 are completely false and were laughed at among scouts at the combine today. The question with Ginty is how high he gets drafted, but there's no question he'll be the first running back off the board. We have someone else here? No, that was William.
I dropped for
He's
a
still
second.
here. Mumpfield with a 4.66 after a 4.0.
Yeah, that's not looking too great. Let's see. Noah was the only one to break 4.3 in this
Interesting.
group, wasn't he?
The Giants want Cam Ward or Shadur Sanders, but they do not have any confidence they can get either guy in a trade up. They have no confidence. They're in the same situation they were last year when trying to trade up for Drake May. They do not think they can get either guy. They think the
Really?
Titans are taking Cam Ward at 1 and the Browns are taking Shadur at 2, and they're going to get screwed out of a QB.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Giants.
They need to do something. They've only got DeVito under contract or something.
Yeah, DeVito. Drew Lock's a UFA. That's why they've been looking at Rodgers, but yeah, they'd prefer to get their QB in the draft.
Locke
Nair,
can play a little bit, man.
yeah, Lock can play.
It's going to be interesting to see where he ends up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to bringing back Lock for a year if you can't find anyone else in free agency. 4-4-1 for Nair. Yep. Jalen Noel. Is that the declaration with Jalen Noel? That tattoo, is that the Declaration of Independence on his shoulder? It looks like the Declaration of Independence.
I didn't see it. That's interesting.
Yeah. Four 440-439, probably 439. Prather's up next, but yeah. Luke dreaming about 2049 when Rich Eisen will be announcing his name at the combine. That's like a baby watching the combine. There's a dog there. In the background. It's pretty funny.
Still getting those Wendy's commercials?
Yep, still getting Wendy's. But I'm getting Dairy Queen too. I've been getting Dairy Queen. I got like 7. Joey's gotten like 15 Dairy Queen commercials.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
Made me so hungry I went and ordered some Burger King. I haven't had Dairy Queen in a minute, actually, now that I think about it.
Yep.
Oh, there's another 4-3.
Yeah, they went to a commercial. Let's see here. Let's go back to ESPN. Is there anything? Nope. Tennessee ends up coming back. Tennessee, who trailed Alabama 76-73, comes back to win 79-76. And yeah, that's how brutal the Stadium Series is. They've actually put the see, and this is why MLB opted out of their deal with ESPN, because they're always going to prioritize football and basketball above everything else.
Right.
And even though ESPN does have a partnership with the NHL, I believe they are going to I believe the NHL will exit that partnership in 2027 because they're seeing what the MLB is doing. And if the MLB turns a profit, they might exit out of that deal. They might stay. Who knows? Hockey ratings were really up after the World Four Nations tournament. We have any? I like listening to Molly McGrath interview college football players. College basketball, it just feels like she's corporate America, corporate ESPN, corporate America. I don't know. She's a good reporter, but I just feel like she's better with football. But that's the thing. ESPN likes to use their football reporters for college basketball and stuff once the season ends. So, yeah. All right. So, no combine yet. And, okay, it looks like we are going to be back to the combine now. 40-yard dash. NFL Network knows we're not effing around with this stuff. We're not afraid to flip the channel. So 4.50. They're probably going to count the 4.6 for Prater. Jalen Royals with a 4.43.
He went 4.41 the first time, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I see.
Rock Taylor with
Top headline on ESPN is Bond short of worthy prediction. Yeah, I guess he was short.
4.5 flat for Rock Taylor. He might get a 4.49 official if he's lucky. Tesla 4.44 again, so that's going to be official. Thornton Jr. 4.32. Unofficial 40 times. Watkins, Weiss, Wells, because NFL Network, I noticed they didn't leak the 40s. I think ESPN's been, Adam Schefter leaked the 40s for the receivers in Group 1 before NFL Network did. I don't think NFL Network's leaked anything today as far as 40 times on the show, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I'm looking what they got posted on here on NFL.com right now. For the top performers today. Oh, hey, Felton got a 4.37.
Yep. 4.39 for Watkins. Yeah, I've got all the official 40 times for the receivers up. Just waiting on the last few 40s, and then we're done with 40s for today. We got tomorrow, and I know there's bench press times for the bench press reps for the wide receivers and running backs tomorrow morning. I know that I'll have to do that as well as the offensive line weigh-ins.
Oh, Travion Henderson, he got a 4.43. That ain't bad. He's gonna be a decent running back.
4.57 for Weiss Jr., Theo Weiss Jr. with a 4.57. And then we've got Antoine Wells Jr., Wester. So 5 more 40 times left for today, and then we're done with the 40 times.
Yeah, they were pretty close. I remember seeing Hampton before I saw 40 time on him. I think it was like 4.42 or 4.44. So that's 4.46. It's definitely right on par with that. So. Like I said, he's got a little bit of breakaway too. I mean, he got away from a few defensive backs, watching him run. So, like I said, he's a Brees Hall kind of back is how I see him.
Yep, Wester's going to be running the 40.
Man, there's a lot of 4.5s today. 4.5s even and 4.49. A lot of them.
Mm-hmm. 4.62 for Ricky White. First run, he's going to run again here. And yeah.
Yeah, he needs to run quicker than that. Otherwise, he's gonna.
4.61 for Ricky White.
Yeah, that's gonna put him day 3. Well, he was already there, but
I had him in late round 3. I think he's the last guy with Pro Bowl upside at receiver in this draft. But yeah, that combine time probably doesn't help his case.
yeah.
Kyle Williams and Savion Williams.
When I was grading Shadur, I don't remember seeing much of Wester as a running back, or I mean, as a wide receiver. Usually I'm concentrating on the quarterbacks, and usually it takes something for him to pop.
For Kyle Williams, and the last 40 time is Savion Williams. Tennessee just upset Alabama in college basketball. I saw that, Tracy Porter. I've been seeing a bunch of tweets on X. I'm still here. But yeah, I just saw that on X. Nice. That was a big upset. I talked about that a few minutes ago. That was a big upset. But yeah, Savion Williams 4.51 on his second attempt. We don't have all the official 40s yet, but we're finally going to get the QBs throwing. Milroe is going to be throwing. Some of these other QBs in Group 2 are going to be throwing. So I am happy about that. And simulcam, I'm not sure if I'm going to watch that. But yeah, Blue Jackets and Red Wings Stadium Series. I know NFL Network's going to go to a commercial, so I'm already anticipating them going to a commercial. But yeah, they've got the horseshoe. They've turned the horseshoe where the Buckeyes play into a hockey arena. They're playing the Red Wings. It's got that Ohio State, Michigan element to it, even though it's hockey. And yeah, I've been watching that on the commercial. And yeah, so I'll probably watch. Once it gets to maybe the 13-minute, 12-minute mark, we'll flip back to NFL Network because I don't think I'm going to miss anything. I just don't want to watch the commercials.
Right.
And the Red Wings helmets look really ridiculous for the Stadium Series. It looks like Mario when he had a raccoon on his raccoon tail. It's just sorry,
Super Mario
it's
Brothers 3.
Super Mario Brothers 3 when Mario had a raccoon tail on the cover. It's just...
I remember that game well, man.
It's a great game, but the Red Wings trying to model themselves after that with just the Red Wing on the helmet. I like the Red Wing on the Red Wing logo on the jersey, but not the helmet. The Red Wing logo on the helmet just looks a little ridiculous. It's like Mario with the raccoon tail on Super Mario 3 for the cover.
I remember after that too. It was the first one, Super Mario Land on Super Nintendo, man. I remember that. He had a cape in that one.
And Columbus has like numbers on their helmet. It looks like you know those ugly Packer jerseys when they played the Broncos back in the day. Yeah. That's what the Blue Jacket Stadium Series uniform looks like. Donald Trump needs to create a bill that makes it illegal for these teams to have bad Stadium Series jerseys. These are just not good-looking jerseys. I'm sorry, they're not. Makes me want to turn the channel back to the commercials. It makes me actually want to appreciate the commercials on NFL Network. That's how bad these jerseys are. Okay, I said 12 minutes. I'd go back to NFL Network. And still in a commercial, but they're showing Christian Gonzalez. He's telling some story. Christian Gonzalez is pretty cool. And the Red Wings goalie makes a save, freezes the puck. Looks like there's a big fight about to break out between the Red Wings and the other thing with the Red Wings uniform is there's like a white line in between the Red Wings helmet. When the Red Wings wear their classic helmets, there's no line between there's no line on the red helmet. It's just red. I hate the white line. It's not a good look for the Red Wings.
Yeah.
It's not like their classic red helmets with their traditional jerseys. It's not their traditional uniforms are so cool, and it's just like, why?
I remember what they
The
look
stripe
like.
is completely unnecessary.
It must be like the Seahawks with that ugly green they got, that chartreuse.
It's more, yeah, it's more like the cowboy. It's like the Cowboys with the Thanksgiving blue, or like I was thinking the Bears with the orange. Well, the Bears orange is kind of cool. I'm just trying to think what would yeah. And Ian Rappaport's reporting more news. Great. Fantastic.
Stretching it
Commanders
out for you.
acquired Deebo Samuel in a trade with the 49ers, according to Ian Rappaport.
Really?
Yeah, draft pick compensation. So the Commanders are going to get Deebo Samuel for
like
draft
that.
pick compensation. We do not know what the compensation is yet, what the Niners are getting, but I pitched the other day that, the Commanders could probably get Deebo for 29. I don't know if that's what they're getting back, but I kind of would like to know exactly what the 49ers are getting on this trade.
Yeah,
what the
for
return
real.
is, what the exact return is, not draft compensation, but what's the return. Samuel due 21.7. So it sounds like a fifth round pick, according to Dov Kleeman. The 49ers only got a fifth round pick.
Say what? I just saw that, dude.
If that is true, that Adam Peters fleeced his former boss, if that is true, that's all he got back in the trade. That is
That's
highway
crazy,
robbery.
dude. That is. It does open up that. I don't know. Maybe they just wanted that 21 million. I don't know, man. But that,
I'm
like,
guessing the Commanders would have offered more if the Niners had paid half the salary, but because they're taking on the entirety of the contract, they negged the 49ers and said, "Look, we're only offering you a fifth. We'll probably give you a third or second, but you have to take on half the contract."
yeah.
And they said, "No, you take on all of the contract. All right, fine. This is all you're getting if we have to pay his salary." That's probably how this went down. Because I can't think of any other reason for the Niners getting that little of a return.
Yeah, for real.
Xavier Restrepo.
Brandis was out on the practice field, so we'll just see her next week.
Yeah, I don't mind rap sheet breaking news if we got like a big trade like that. That was worthy of news being broke, but man, only a fifth. That is just, but I get it. You're taking on the entirety of the 21.7 million. If they had offered to pay half of it, I think the Niners probably do get a day two pick back, though, if the Niners agree to pay half that salary. But since the Commanders are taking on all of that, that's the reason why.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of wondering what they're gonna do with them. I mean,
Now you have
how are they gonna replace
21.7
him?
more million in cap space.
Yeah, of course, that's
Yeah, I'm loading over the cap right now to see if this. Okay, the 49ers are up to 50 million. I am guessing that is. I think the 49ers only had about 39 million to spend before the Debo Samuel trade. No, this has Debo Samuel's salary being taken into account here, but I'm guessing with that cap number going up, the 15.8 millioner, I'm guessing that. So they had 50 million with Debo on the roster. So that's going to bump them up to like 70 million. And the Commanders
yeah,
are going to drop to like 60 million. And that's going to bump the Niners up to 70 million to where, you know, Lynch could just get somebody like a T. Higgins and reload if he really wanted to.
yeah. So, yeah, just as long as they got a plan, hopefully, Pearsall takes another step this year, and
Yep. And they're doing the gauntlet drill. We're that. So we're already on the gauntlet drill for this group of wide receivers. Wow.
yeah, for everything seeing on here, the Commanders and the Texans, having significant interest in Debo, and then Broncos, and I'm seeing all this stuff, and then they trade him for a fifth. That's kind of, I don't know. You figure that they might have gotten a little bit more, but wow, whatever works.
Yep.
I saw somebody almost having a coronary because they said something about saying that they listened to offers for Brandon Ayuk, and somebody was having coronary on Twitter over that one.
What is more likely in the first round? Over 2.5 QBs, over 2.5 running backs in the draft. I'm gonna go for over 2.5 running backs. I mean, over 2.5 QBs could happen, but
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with the I'm gonna click on the running backs. 69% said over and a half, 2 QBs.
yeah, I would think so. That would be a lot. Yeah.
Jalen Lane caught everything in the gauntlet.
Oh.
58 miles per hour max throw velocity.
Yeah, what was that they were trying to say? Dylan Gabriel threw it like 74 miles an hour or
Yeah.
something. That's crazy, dude.
And Restrepo has also caught everything in the gauntlet drill. Not surprised by that.
No, like I said, I like Restrepo. Yeah, he's maybe he's going to be a Niner. Of course, another slot receiver,
I do have
though.
a first on Restrepo, by the way. I do have a late first on him.
Yeah.
Oh, my Burger King's almost here.
You're lucky you have Burger King by you. There's a Burger King by my mom's house in Cranberry. There's not a Burger King by me where I live.
Oh, this one, it was like, it's like still had to get it delivered though. It's like halfway across town.
I don't think they do delivery. I don't. Burger King's not available for delivery in my area. So
I just got DoorDash on this one.
yeah, Dante Thornton Jr., Jordan Watkins. And we'll see if Wester can catch everything. We'll see if Wester did not catch everything. We'll see if Ricky White can catch everything in this group. And Ricky White does manage to catch everything.
Let's see what the hell I even ordered in here.
Let's see what's on the Sheets app. Might do some delivery myself if there's a good promotion for Sheets. I want to avoid doing Sheets if I can, but I want to see what rewards are available because I think there's new rewards for the month of March. Earn a free half sub, 99 cents, $2 off chicken nuggets. That's not a bad deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot of these Sheets. $1 off Monster, $2 off chicken nuggets. There's not really a free order, like a free delivery type promo. If they had one, I'd probably get some, probably order some Sheets.
I know DoorDash sometimes offers that kind of stuff. You can
Yeah,
find
free delivery.
promos on there and
Yeah,
that kind of stuff. Of course, my dog will be wanting some now. He's spoiled like that.
yep. Yeah, because all I have for apps are DoorDash or Sheets and Taco Bell. Pizza Hut, Annie Ann's. I really don't have anything else. I'm gonna see what's available on DoorDash. Because right now I've got 4 bags of Pop Secret and dry roasted peanuts, and then breakfast food in my fridge. That's literally it. I'll make popcorn if there's nothing good for delivery after the combine, but I'm not gonna make it during the combine. I don't want to get kernels everywhere. I don't want to make a mess. So I got a bowl. I could put in a bowl, but like I just rather not eat that during the combine. So let's see what's on DoorDash available near me.
Should have ordered a freaking Sprite. My stomach. And
Nice.
Of course, most of the time I'm half retarded, so.
Let's see what we got here. Under $2 delivery fee, Chipotle delivery, Chick-fil-A, free item on $12 order or more. Five Guys has a $0 delivery fee on first order. Original Gyro Grill, Panda Express $0 delivery fee. Okay, so the official 40s are in for is that for group 2? Yes, so I guess again, I did the same thing yesterday. I was going to get a snack, and you know what happened, William, was after I tried to get my snack, they posted the 40 times. Yeah, I'll see what we got. Taco Bell, Chili's, Little Caesars, free delivery on first order. Oh, wait, Little Caesars does do free delivery. Might do that. Outback does free delivery. So does Buffalo Wild Wings.
Oh man, I was on. My bad.
Okay, Burger King does do. That's weird. Burger King does do. They do Burger King delivery on DoorDash near me, even though the Burger King's like 37 minutes away.
I had my mic off, but I was talking about Steak and Shake. They switched from canola oil to beef tallow now to fry up their fries and everything. And dude, after knowing how canola oil is processed, you know, before the 1990s, that stuff was machine oil, you know, until they found out that it was kind of safe for human consumption. But the way they make that stuff is, oh, dude, yeah, no. So I should have remembered that and gotten some Steak and Shake instead of some Burger King. But next time. Antoine Wells only ran 4.63.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that's. I don't really need this. And they're making me log in. I really don't want to log in. So I'm just gonna delete this app. There's not bad items in the menu. It's just I don't think I need this. And we got the official combine 40s for the receivers. So let's see if we can get a 40 for the Tyler show first though, and then we'll yeah. Yeah, 463 for Tyler show. That is officially official. So yeah.
Nice.
All right. There is a Wingstop near me. It's within walking distance, but it's like a 10-minute, 15-minute walk. I don't want to go for a walk that lengthy when it's this cold out. It's like 34 degrees out. No offense. I just don't want to do that when it's this cold out near me.
Oh man, it's been nice here all day. It's been like 64 degrees here.
It's 24 degrees today, but yeah, I'm not going. I've gone for walks in 40-degree weather. It's pretty chilly.
Yeah.
I'm not going for a walk in it's that cold out. Forget that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that's pretty chilly. That's how cold it was here like 3 weeks ago, man. It was damn cold for a minute. I think it hit 32 like once in like 2 weeks, man.
Yeah.
Now it's been all nice, a little bit of a springtime.
So I'm almost done with the so the QB 40 times are updated. Now I just got to get the Jalen Lane. What do we got for Lane? He ran a 4.35, so I would think he's got Lane ran a 4.34 officially. Yeah, but they're going to end the combine at 8, but the latest. But I've got the 40 times. 40 times is really all I needed. We can end early if you want, but like 40 times is really all I needed. But I'm going to try to get the 40 times for each of the players and update that. I still want to watch some of the on the field drills, like the throwing drills with Milrow and stuff. But yeah, after that we can end it because I've been here since 1 p.m. I'll tell you firsthand, I'm pretty exhausted, but I'm trying to be a trooper here.
Yeah, that you are, man. That you are.
Thanks. So, 4.57 for Nick Nash. I thought he ran a 4.58. Isaiah Nair ran a 4. So Kyle McCord is going to throw. I think that we're seeing the QBs throw the slants now. McCord drops back, completes it. Kyle McCord 1 for 1 on the day. Kyle McCord. So far, this group is off to a better start than the last group. Hot route. So, and McCord, it felt like McCord lacked some zip, lacked some touch, lacked some. Milrow drops back on the out route. Oh, his receiver dropped it. I'm not faulting Milrow for that. He threw an accurate ball. The receiver just couldn't reel it in.
That's no bueno. No way, no.
Restrepo with a nice catch there. And then Milrow barely got that in bounds. Tyler Show in the out route drill. Show, yeah. This is not a spectacular QB group. Maybe Milrow surprises us in this group, but
yeah, he's got to do something before this is his last chance besides, whatever, pro day or
pro
something.
days.
But, and hopefully he can get everything cleaned up by then, Like I said, he's a phenomenal athlete.
Jalen Noel. Caden Prather with a 4.46. Riley Leonard. He's wearing a hat backwards. Nobody's saying shit about it. They gave Jackson Dart shit for wearing his hat backwards, but no, Riley Leonard, he gets a pass for wearing his hat backwards, apparently. And I don't like Riley Leonard with hat backwards. He looks about as ridiculous as Kenny Pickett with the hat backwards.
Yeah, I remember Pickett, man. And I remember him trying to at the Senior Bowl too, man. He wearing those wet gloves and he couldn't get a grip on the ball, and that showed his 8.5-inch hands or 8 5/8, whatever they were.
Yeah, and even though he couldn't get a grip on the ball, he had no incompletions at the Senior Bowl practice, the Senior Bowl game, or the Senior Bowl or the Combine. I think his first incompletion came at Pitt's Pro Day, which is nuts. We have not seen that streak rivaled, but
yeah, because he was struggling, man. At the Senior Bowl, it was raining. I remember watching him, and he was fighting with his gloves, man. And I was like, oh no, and that was actually surprising.
Royals with a 4.42. Riley Leonard Then, yeah, out route. I don't think any of the QBs have done well in Group 2. Milrow's done the best, but it's been a very unspectacular Group 2. Milrow
Yep.
got rid of the ball quicker that time, but he overthrew it. But 32, you got to catch that. Arian Smith with a 4.36. So we're on 4.36. We're on S. Rock Taylor with a 4.49. So Rock Taylor, I said earlier in the show, watch Rock Taylor. He'll end up with a 4.49 official, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Tesla ended up with a 4.43, not a 4.44. Dante Thornton Jr. with a 4.3 flat. Watkins with a 4.37. Almost done updating these 40 times. Theo Weiss Jr. What do we got here? Because I didn't think this early we would already have we'd already have 2 incompletions by Milrow this early. He's off to just as ineffective of a start as Will Howard. But yeah, we'll see. He's still got time to turn it around, but that's not encouraging. 4.58 for Wells.
Like I said, he's not a great practice quarterback at all.
4.46. Ricky White, a 4.61 official. I still have Ricky White in late round 3. He might move down to day 3. But he hasn't dropped anything in the gauntlet or any of the drills. I mean, he didn't drop anything. That's what's keeping him in round 3. But I think he's more of a sandwich pick in round 3 at the earliest, a compensation pick. Sandwich to pick is baseball term, but he's a comp pick in round 3 at best. That's at best right now. And he may end up in day 3 just because his 40 time was so horrific. We'll see. Kyle Williams, the 4.4 flat.
That ain't bad. I didn't think that Tesla kid he's 6'4", 215 or 214.
David Williams with a 4.48. So yeah, we're officially got all the 40 times updated. So yeah, all the 40 times are updated for today and for so really tomorrow I just got to get the bench press reps for the receivers and running backs and then the offensive line weigh-ins tomorrow. So that's really all I got to do. And the fact that they're already done with the out drill, I could type some stuff about the QBs, how the receivers have performed today. But yeah, I'm not too...
Oh man, they've got Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland in the top 6 on the next gen
I've got
stat
like
grades.
one paragraph left for the wide receivers, but I think I'm just gonna make the final write-ups, the QB write-ups, the deep in route, Tyler Show, the deep in route, Riley Leonard, the deep in route. The deep in drill. Kyle McCord. I think Kyle McCord is the only QB of this group without an incomplete pass so far, which is actually kind of sad.
Yeah, for sure.
Three incompletions for Milrow.
Oh man.
But 2 of them were drops by his wide receiver. Only one of them was his fault. 2 of those were drops by his receiver.
They better start putting some stickum on their hands or something.
Yeah.
Get going in the old, Jerry Rice kind of thing.
Actually, forget Rice. They just need to get some. What do you call it? Dude,
Kyle
freaking
McCord's had a good day, but
Bolitnikov kind of stick him.
yeah.
Where do you have Dylan Sampson ranked?
I don't have him ranked.
I'm looking at him on here, and they've got him with the 6.36 grade. When I started watching film on him, I
Did
mean,
Tracy
I
say
wasn't
anything about the Debo trade? No, he just talked about the Tennessee trade. Tracy's a Commanders fan, so I figured he might say something on the Debo trade. It's just the Alabama upset over, but it's still a big upset regardless. I'm just surprised he hasn't said anything on the Commanders trade with Debo because he's a Washington fan. Tyler Show. Circus bench route. Riley Leonard barely completes that pass to Nick Nash. Nick Nash with a great catch in the circus route.
Yeah, I've seen they've got Nick Nash way up there too in their rankings.
Kyle McCord still hasn't thrown an incompletion yet. It's nuts, though. Kyle McCord's the last QB from Group 2 that has not thrown an incomplete pass. Everyone else has thrown at least one. Yeah, but some of his passes are barely inbounds in the circus catch route. Milroe overthrows his receiver, so that's his fourth incompletion on the day. I mean, Milroe might drop to day 3 now. I'm going to keep him in round 3. But Milroe might drop to round 4 now with the combine he's had. He's just had a really shaky combine. It's not him. It's just two of his throws were drops, and the other 2 he overthrew his guy. So I really wouldn't put him at fault for that. And Matt Corral is throwing after Milroe, even though so Matt Corral gets to throw with Group 1 and Group 2, even though he's not like on a team at the moment. Okay. That was just a horrible throw by Matt Corral. It's insulting that he gets a second chance with these rookies.
I guess they just must be doing that out of courtesy for him, huh? Maybe get him back a shot at maybe, getting seen by somebody.
Yeah.
He always had a little bit, he threw a lot of hard balls. His touch was one thing that stood out.
Yep, and for Tyler Show, it's basically Show, Milroe, and McCord. And Riley Leonard's been in and out on the drills. He has not been in every drill consistently. It's been Milroe and McCord. Then here comes Riley Leonard back in. The frickin' Kent with the backwards hat. Completion. Can McCord keep his streak of no incompletions alive? He does. He barely keeps that streak alive. And incompletion number 5 for Milroe. I expected Milrow to have an uphill battle. I didn't think he'd have this many incompletions this early. That's what surprises me, William. I figured he'd be the one guy who might have a redeeming quality after Group 1 stunk. I mean, really, at this point, only thing. All right. Really, at this point, the only reason I decided to stick around to the end is because want to see what Milrow does on the deep pass, like the pass where they throw it 60, 70 yards. Ewers threw like an 82. Are you all right? We'll try one more time. I'll text William. Yeah, I'm probably gonna sign off soon. I'm just saying, like, I'm waiting for Kyle McCord to throw an incomplete pass. Milrow was the main attraction Group 2, and he's already at 5 incompletions. Like, that's the thing. Yeah, you can call it a day, William. I don't think Yeah, I'm gonna end things on TalkShoe. I'll still be on Restream, but my iPad is at 10%, and pretty much only thing we're waiting on is when will Kyle McCord throw an incomplete pass. That is the lone de facto thing we're waiting on, and as soon as that happens, we're gonna end it on both TalkShoe and Restream because we got our 40 numbers for the QBs and running backs. We've watched the QBs throw. We don't think it's a very good class, so I might end up moving yeah, Milrow is struggling. Sail route here. We'll see what McCord does in the sail route. But yeah, McCord hasn't thrown an incompletion yet. Is that going to change here? He gets another completion. So McCord's completion streak remains alive. Kyle McCord hasn't thrown an incompletion yet. We'll see if that continues. Yeah, and Matt Corral's been more accurate, I would say. Tomorrow we got the offensive lineman. So we're just waiting for McCord to throw it in completion. Then we're going to end the show. Kyle McCord just continuing to do well in the sail route group. Jalen Milrow. So Red Wings and Blue Jackets still tied. curl route is up next. Kyle McCord did good in the curl route. Kyle McCord still... Milrow with the curl. So basically, I will in the stream. I'm just basically we're on the last day of the combine tomorrow. But yeah. Basically Kyle McCord continuing to do well in the curl route. Yeah, McCord doesn't have an incompletion on the day. He's been that accurate. So yeah, Kyle McCord having a big day. iPads at 8%. I am going to sign off as soon as McCord throws an incompletion. This has just been brutal to watch. Tyler Show throws it deep. We're finally on the deep ball passing drill. Finally on one of the last drills of the day. 55 yards was the first throw. 55 yards again. Milroe with 2 55-yard throws. He's not like moving the needle like Stroud, like Richardson did. He's only throwing the ball like 55 yards. And you were expecting 60, 70 yards from Milroe. So, yeah, we pretty much got everything we want. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm signing off on TalkShoe. This is Chris Ransom. I'll see you tomorrow on Restream for the Combine. I'm still on Restream, guys, but I'm just telling you, it's getting kind of late. You know. All right, so Milroe. That's the thing. Milroe. All right, so yeah, I mean, I'll take a screenshot of this, send it to William, and then I am signing off on Restream because we've pretty much got what we wanted to get. Yeah, we could keep adding notes. I don't think it's necessary. This is a very bland quarterback class. Yeah, so I'm just going to end it. It was fun. I had a lot of fun covering this. 110 people. Thank you guys so much on Restream. 108 on X. Jeez. 100. So we ended the stream with 110. So that's pretty good. We'll be back tomorrow for the final day of the Combine. I'll be. I don't know if William will be yet. I'll talk to him off the air, but I'll be back for the final day tomorrow. Bench press reps. I'll get that up. But yeah, I am signing off on Restream. I've been on since 1 p.m. and I'm tired. Like, I'm exhausted mentally. So I'm going to sign off. We'll update this if anything else happens, but I'm pretty much just going to relax. I didn't pull an all-nighter like I usually do on Fridays, and I'm still exhausted, so that should say a lot. So I'm going to call it a day. Thank you guys so much. We will be back tomorrow for the final day of the Combine here on Restream. So long.